The movements for independence, whether against apartheid or against colonialism, Unisa somewhat provided opportunities for leaders to study. Also, they're not monolithic in their political stance. They come from different commitments, and that's what is the asset at Unisa. We're not just channeling specific ideology, but we give the critical knowledge so that people can make constructive choices that are consonant with how they imagine their roles in society.
If we don't do anything, no one else will do it. And it is us who needs to make the change. It is us who needs to make the difference.
We went to work at the quarry. Hard labor, intensively hard labor, was meted out by the warders. In winter, they would provide something that was akin to a jersey, but really very skimpy. So we had to work during the day. And only when we come back at around 4 o'clock from the work camps would we be allowed to have dinner, go back into your different cells, and study from 6 until 8 o'clock, because at 8 the lights went off. So some of us stole time, and many stole time because the windows, although they were barred, would let in some moonlight. It was not infrequent to find people fighting for a piece of the moonlight so they can do their assignments with Unisa. Remember, as a prisoner, there were 4 classifications, A, B, C, D. We were D class, that means the worst possible offenders. But after 6 months or a year, we were told that the prison laws will allow us to study. Those of us who have the ability, the prison was not going to provide the facility nor the funding. So I had meant to continue to be, hopefully, a successful musician. The University of South Africa then offered a certificate in theory of music. So might I say, I still have that diploma hanging at my house because I passed with flying colors, and my certificate was given to me in Afrikaans. And you know, I wasn't very spreken in Afrikaans, but nonetheless, I valued that certificate. And many of my colleagues that were there were studying for a variety of other qualifications because of the open and the large and broad opportunity that the university provided even during those times.
Gives us a sense of pride that we are leading in this university. It means that the challenge is there, that there are big shoes to fill, but also it also pushes us to ensure that this university reaches the heights that it's supposed to reach.
the movements for independence, whether against apartheid or against colonialism, Unisa somewhat provided opportunities for leaders to study. Also, they're not monolithic in their political stance. They come from different commitments, and that's what is the asset at Unisa. We're not just channeling specific ideology, but we give the critical knowledge so that people can make constructive choices that are consonant with how they imagine their roles in society.
If we don't do anything, no one else will do it. And it is us who needs to make the change. It is us who needs to make the difference.
We went to work at the quarry. Hard labor, intensively hard labor, was meted out by the warders. In winter, they would provide something that was akin to a jersey, but really very skimpy. So we had to work during the day. And only when we come back at around 4 o'clock from the work camps would we be allowed to have dinner, go back into your different cells, and study from 6 until 8 o'clock, because at 8 the lights went off. So some of us stole time, and many stole time because the windows, although they were barred, would let in some moonlight. It was not infrequent to find people fighting for a piece of the moonlight so they can do their assignments with Unisa. Remember, as a prisoner, there were 4 classifications, A, B, C, D. We were D class, that means the worst possible offenders. But after 6 months or a year, we were told that the prison laws will allow us to study. Those of us who have the ability, the prison was not going to provide the facility nor the funding. So I had meant to continue to be, hopefully, a successful musician. The University of South Africa then offered a certificate in theory of music.
Management of the University of South Africa invited speakers, delegates, industry leaders, researchers, and students. Good morning, and welcome again to the 2026 Unisa Catalytic Niche Area Research Symposium. This, of course, is day number 2. And I'm glad to see all of you in the room. I'm glad to see that you spent some time having conversations yesterday and that you arrived here full of energy, ready for day number 2. Of course, yesterday we covered 6 of the niche areas, and today we are continuing with our journey. And like yesterday, of course, we also welcome our colleagues at the Science Campus in Florida. So Warren, good morning to you. This is going to be a repeat of yesterday. Warren, are you there? It's almost like a scene out of the Bible, right? Warren, can you hear us? Good morning, Warren, and the colleagues at the Florida campus. Can you hear us? All right, so hopefully they will be coming through soon. So, of course, yesterday we had conversations, and the conversations highlighted the importance of interdisciplinary collaboration and the critical role that research plays in addressing contemporary societal challenges. And of course, today we continue on that journey. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to invite to the podium the Principal and the Vice-Chancellor of the University of South Africa, Professor Puleng Lenkabula, to officially give the word of welcome as we jumpstart day 2 of our symposium. Ma'am, the podium is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Can you guys hear me well? I'm speaking to both venues. It feels powerful.
Right, we can hear you, Warren. Yeah.
Excellent. We're just waiting for you to come on the screen.
Good morning. Good morning to the colleagues in Florida at the science campus. I'm looking at them. Good morning, colleagues. Let me already take cue from the program director for having already welcomed our esteemed academicians, leadership of the universities, leaderships of industry, and leadership of public sector and civil society. Let me also remind you that I'm not Professor Labuskaghni. In your program, you have Professor Labuskaghni opening. I'm Untitled Chapter, but I can't take cue from you today, Professor Labuskaghni. My name is Untitled Chapter. I'm the Principal and Vice Chancellor of Unisa, and my work is in ethics, economy, and ecology from a vantage point of feminism. I'm truly appreciative, colleagues, to join you. I should have joined you yesterday, but yesterday we were having council induction meeting in which I was requested to host on behalf of the chairperson of council and had to request Professor Ngwepe to welcome you to this august or auspicious event. I also want to start with an apology again, which I often do not like to start with apologies. However, I have to. I will not be with you in person for a long time, but I thought it was important for me to honor and respect the initiative, the hard work, the insights, but also the successful events and side sessions that I followed yesterday, including the health. I wasn't able to follow everything, Professor Labuskaghni, but I was quite appreciative of some of the areas. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you again to the 2026 Unisa Catalytic Niche Area Symposium, convened under the compelling theme, Catalytic Thinking, Impact Outcomes. Colleagues, when we requested the university to rethink the catalytic niche areas as a scientific agenda to reignite and position the University of South Africa in the aftermath of COVID-19, there were a few reasons that compelled that for us. One, we're just coming out of a pandemic where our country and continent, but also the global south, were caught in a very difficult situation where health, medical resources, and support, including how the global north shared the PPEs, was questioned. And the question, therefore, was, how do we as universities create knowledge arenas that enable us to anticipate, but also to be proactive in the solution systems that are necessary in the difficult as well as opportune times. The second aspect that I thought was important for us to introduce or to strengthen the scientific arena that are relevant is precisely because social analysis reminds us that South Africa, the continent, and many in the global south are endowed with biotic resources, natural resources, human capital, or human resources dividend from a youthful dividend perspective, but also from our geological and geopolitical and economic positioning. Yet, we are also the continent with the most challenges of poverty, ecological degradation, somewhat exposed to climatic changes, not maybe in ways that are comparable to other geographic sites, but somewhat. And therefore the questions were, what then do we do with the challenges that are bedeviling our continent, but also which require Africa's intellectuals to be at the center of imagining and co-creating solutions, systems, and the future that is necessary. The third is, University of South Africa has been using a comprehensive open distance e-learning modality. And majority of universities in the aftermath of COVID-19, with the acceleration of convergent technologies, or what others named the fourth industrial revolution. The question was, do we sit as a university and become like Nokia, Nokia, what was the other smartphone, colleagues, that used to be very popular? The question, Motorola, Nokia, or do we lose the opportunity like Kodak as well, which was in the forefront of film, digital imaging, but that lost the opportunity. So it became very important that as the leadership of the university, we really rethink about repositioning the University of South Africa, but also claiming the sciences that are complex, that are necessary, that are able at the same time to respond to the needs for an economic competitiveness of our country and continent. But because these catalytic niche areas are not just thematic areas, but they are intersecting multi-dimensional, multidisciplinary, but also multi-impact areas of scholarship, it was important, therefore, that we request that we have a multimodal, multidisciplinary, or transdisciplinary approach. We understood the catalytic niche areas to also enabling us to getting and strengthening our comprehensive area, which is required by the type, size, and shape of the university that we are required to be. The nexus with basic education, with TVET education, with industry sectors, but also with the public policy and social policies. The niche areas, therefore, represent more than an institutional priority or institutional priorities. They embody our conviction that universities must become architects of societal transformation. We must generate knowledge that address Africa's realities while contributing meaningfully to the global scholarship, and also how global scholarship is applied in industry and in other sectors. As scholars, we recognize that our responsibility extends beyond producing graduates, producing publications. It includes developing solutions, fostering innovation, empowering young academics, our students, communities, societies, companies, as well as governments to shape their own futures and to co-construct life-affirming futures that draw on scientific knowledge in the solutions that are enduring and not necessarily that are short-term. The symposium, therefore, the conference, represents us with opportunities to reflect critically on the progress we have made, because the request for us as a university to have the catalytic niche areas was approved by Council and Senate in 2021, just a year after I had joined the university. And therefore, as we reflect 5 years later, we should be looking how the catalytic niche areas enabled us to pivot strong partnerships with our societies, teaching and learning, research, engaged scholarship, innovation, but also how has it enabled us to produce products, processes, systems that have the potential to have intellectual property that enable sustainability, economic opportunities, and more. Ladies and gentlemen, as we meet today following robust discussions and engagements yesterday, I hope that we will be able to continue addressing unprecedented grand challenges of our times: climate instability, technological disruptions, persistent inequality, changing labor markets, global health challenges, energy transitions, shifting geopolitical realities, which require new ways of thinking, new forms of knowledges, new forms of collaborations, but also that idea where the social sciences, the humanities, and the natural sciences engage in a dialogical or multi or plurivessel discourse that enable strong as well as structural and systemic solutions for our society. Oftentimes in universities, we protect our disciplines and we do not want to have conversations with one another. And therefore, it is important for us to ensure that we see evidence of growing culture of multidisciplinarity or interdisciplinary scholarship, that researchers working across, that we encourage our researchers to work across the transdisciplinary or the disciplinary boundaries, that we develop partnerships, local, international, with other universities, science councils, industry partners, but also with other disciplines, including with government and communities. Most importantly, we should see research ecosystem and innovation that is increasingly oriented towards impact and radical impact, so that the relevancy of universities is not undermined. As it is, universities need to reaffirm why they exist. Artificial intelligence has made the domain of our work to be a contested terrain. Industries are creating academies that are competing with universities, and therefore, if you're an academic and think knowledge is your domain alone, this has become a contested terrain. And therefore, we consistently need as universities to ensure that we strengthen the validity, the relevancy, the impact of knowledge, especially knowledge within university system, understanding that universities have always been sites of elite enterprises, not of transformation that we call on. And therefore, as we transform ourselves to addressing and navigating the complex developmental challenges alongside unprecedented opportunities, we must ensure that we're called upon to shape thought leadership, influence public discourse, contribute to creation of sustainable futures. The knowledge we generate must be informed by our African realities, grounded by our experiences, even as we converge, communicate, collaborate with others in other geographic horizons. As we recognize that the future of impactful research depends on meaningful partnership, we urge ourselves as the university, but as academics, to ensure that we partner constructively with experts in different areas, whether public, private, or civil society sectors, so that our presence, but also what we produce, is not museumized, archived, but becomes meaning-making for our society and for policy. Finally, colleagues, I'm very appreciative that the university has also made strides, not only in the qualifications, as well as in the sciences, research, publications, and products, or even IPs and disclosures around the catalytic niche areas. I'm very appreciative that as a university, we have invested in infrastructures that support the catalytic niche areas. We have commissioned a farm which is vibrant, robust, working, which is also productive, and is already the fruits of the farm for integrated work has become very important. Our students who used to struggle to finish their qualifications because they could not get real spaces in industry are now optimizing the farm as an important learning arena. We've also, if they've not shared it with you, you should ask for it. We also have enjoyed corn, honey, and they've sold soya. And they're already demonstrating that the farm cannot just be a site of learning, but it can also generate resources that can be invested in research. This is one area that we are quite appreciative. I always say, if you're about to get married in the African cultural context, we have the cows, we can sell them to you to go and get your lifelong partner. Colleagues, we are also appreciative that our plans for improving the infrastructure, including of our airport or airstrip, is already underway, and we're quite appreciative having secured being the first university in the country and in the continent to owning our airstrip stroke airport, because that's the aspiration. We're quite appreciative because we're not just going to talk about engineering capacities in aviation, drone technologies, and aeronautics. We are having infrastructure that will aid that, including transport systems. Finally, I wish to state that over the 2 days that we have been engaging, we are hoping, as the management committee, as the statutory structures of the university, that we will think about how the University of South Africa becomes a convergent epistemic community that aids, enables, and supports industry, the government, as well as other sectors for transformation of our society, our continent. How we will embed ourselves in the National Development Plan, Agenda 2063, and the Sustainable Development Goals that the United Nations and many of our countries have adopted. Let me remind you that here in Tshwane, we host the second largest concentration of foreign embassies and diplomatic missions in the world. We are surpassed by Washington, D.C. The city is home to 130 diplomatic representations and international organizations serving as primary diplomatic and administrative hub of South Africa. This implies that our partnerships, including international partnerships, are not just starting when we take a flight to meet our contemporaries in the countries that they live in. We can leverage this international horizon that exists within us. Equally, the Tshwane region is one of the major automotive and automobile hub. It serves as a cornerstone of South Africa's automotive sector, housing assembly plants for major global manufacturers such as BMW, Iveco, Tata, and the newly established manufacturer Chery. The area is currently undergoing massive expansion to becoming Africa's largest automotive production city. If as Unisa, we are oblivious of these important geographic opportunities, then we will miss the imperative of influencing industry development and transformations, including work in a context where underemployment, unemployment are dire. The alignment of our university to the catalytic niche area is not just aspirational, it's necessary, it's fundamental, it aligns with these critical aspirations that the continent has. And as we conclude, I want to thank Professor Ngwepe, who welcomed you yesterday, and the leadership team, the research team, Professor Labus Gachni and team. I want to acknowledge from the Office of the Vice Chancellor the work that Professor Ambassador Jasper will be doing and continues to do to aid us with our international partners to promoting and catapulting the University of South Africa as well as the catalytic niche areas. Finally, I wish to remind you that in the last sitting of the United Nations localization of sustainable development goals, Unisa was the only university in the world that was invited to present its catalytic niche areas as the horizon and a pathway for localizing sustainable development goals and for ensuring that our Engage Scholarship became the important imperative that aided for our invitation in that arena. If the UN recognizes the great work that Engage Scholarship at Unisa is doing, its conversion point for rural arenas and urban arenas, for the global south and the global north, for scholars in the natural sciences and in the humanities, I think we should be appreciative as Unisa academicians, professionals, administrative staff, the leadership, and the statutory committees that the work that we are doing is beginning to show flowers, trees, and opportunities of pivoting our university, our country, our continent, and Africa's knowledges as important arena for shaping global knowledge. Welcome to Unisa. Welcome to the home of leaders. Welcome to the university committed to shaping futures. Thank you. Enjoy the deliberations. And colleagues in Florida, I also wish you the same. May these deliberations result in the outcomes that will help our society to flourish. Thank you, colleagues. I wish you all the best, and we appreciate you at all times. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Lenkabuga. Thanks for being here. Lenkabula? Lenkabuka. We'll just call you Professor L, then there's no difference between Labishkachni and Lenkabuka. Leka, la, ka, la. Doesn't matter, la. So thank you for your words of encouragement, your words of welcome, reminding us that the transformative impact of research, innovation, and collaboration, that's why we're here. That's why we're having these conversations, and also celebrating and again reminding us of Unisa's commitment to finding solutions to the critical societal needs and challenges that we are faced with. So we're going to continue with our program. Of course, we now have our first keynote, followed by parallel sessions, then we've got refreshments, another keynote, another parallel session, and we've got a brilliant day lined up for you. So I'm going to hand over to my colleague at the Florida campus, Science Campus, Dr. Warren Hubert. Please introduce our first keynote for today.
We are moving ahead with our program today, and also equally exciting to really have a fully packed program today. But before I introduce our first speaker, I'd just like to introduce, or at least declare my conflict of interest, in the sense that I have known our next speaker for a very long time. In fact, so much so that I was invited to her wedding in Limpopo province. Was my first time as a boykie from Cape Town entering the really far reaches of our country and being welcomed as, part of the family when I got there. So it's with that context that I basically introduce our next speaker, who's Dr. Nduvuo Luruli, who serves as the Chief Strategist in the Office of the CEO of the NRF, and has played a significant role in shaping strategic thinking around South Africa's research and innovation landscape. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Luruli to the stage.
Hey, good morning, colleagues. I am so glad that my brother Warren here did declare, because you know how it goes. They tell you you must always rather just over-declare, right, instead of under-declaring. So we had to declare and share just in case somebody saw us earlier and thought, did that hug between the program director and the keynote, was it just 3 seconds longer than it should have? So now you know that we really go back a long way. We've known each other for about 25 years now. Colleagues, it really is an honor and a privilege for me to be here. Let me start off by acknowledging the leadership of the University of South Africa, the Vice Chancellor, Prof. Linkabula, the DVC, the Executive Director for Research, really the entire executive, and all of you, of course, who showed up today to this exciting event. We don't take it for granted that you have invited the National Research Foundation to be a part of this important and exciting symposium. Our acting CEO, Dr. Angus Patterson, I bring greetings from him and also apologizes that he couldn't be here. He had wanted to be here, but of course he was pulled into another engagement. So we really are excited that you invited us here. So we were invited to come and share with you a bit about our NRF Vision 2030. And I thought, in line with the theme for the symposium, which also touches on impact, I'll also just share with you about a bit about our NRF impact framework, which I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with or aware of at least, and also just how we see that shaping the future of research. So what I'm hoping that by the end of my talk or my presentation in the next 25 minutes or so, we'll try and stick to time, that you would at least have a better understanding of what NRF Vision 2030 is all about, and also in terms of our impact framework. But hopefully that will also, all of us walk out of here with an appreciation of the fact that this vision is really it's quite an ambitious and bold vision, and it's too big a vision for one entity such as the NRF alone. It really is the responsibility of all of us who are in the NSI space to work together into achieving this. So as introduced, I am Diwodo Ruri. You can call me Ndi. I'm aware that my first name is a tongue twister, so you're welcome to just call me Ndi. And I represent the National Research Foundation. It will be remiss of me, colleagues, if I don't start off by congratulating you, also just aligning with what the VC was sharing, congratulating the University of South Africa, of course, for being the second highest producer of DHET accredited research outputs, right? That is quite something, and I, for one, am watching to see what happens, what that table will look like next year, VC and Prof. Les, no pressure, but it really is exciting to see. So I always like to start my presentations with just sharing the NRF mandate. And the reason why I do this is because most of the time, the NRF is understood to be a funder. You hear the NRF is coming and yay, money is coming. But we, right, think, yeah, I need a grant. But I share this because we have a very big mandate, and of course the objective being to contribute to national development. But we're more than a funder, colleagues. So you would see there on your screen that the first one, of course, speaks to the provision of funding to promote research and human capacity development, right? So that's the funding that we provide. But we're also a research performer, by the way. We've got national facilities, which I will share with you. I will introduce those briefly. And the reason why I'm also excited to introduce those facilities that we have is because they pretty much cover all the 10 catalytic research areas that you have. You can locate yourself in any one of our national facilities. And we have in our national facilities, we've got academics who are affiliated with our national facilities and also affiliated with universities. So as I go through those examples, please identify where you would fit and reach out to us. So that's in terms of the second bullet there in our mandate, where we are responsible for developing, supporting, and maintaining the national research facilities. Then we also have a mandate to promoting public awareness and engagement with science. We do this through SASTA. SASTA is the South African Agency for Science and Technology Advancement. Yes, I got it right. It trips me up every time. So we have SASTA that initially SASTA for the longest time, they work mostly with school learners to encourage their interest in science, but more and more we are working with universities, and some of you may in fact already be doing work with SASTA. And lastly, we are also responsible and have the mandate for promoting the development and maintenance of national system and support of government priorities. So from time to time, we will get a request or a directive, in fact, from our line department, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, to look into an area that's of priority. And linked to that, we're also responsible for advising the minister and the ministry and the department on a number of issues. So how do we express this mandate, this four-part mandate that I've spoken about? Well, we do it again in four ways. The first one is in terms of advancing knowledge. So this is where we provide support for research. We also provide funding for research equipment. Some of you will be familiar with the NEP program, National Equipment Program of the NRF, where you can apply for funding of up to, I think, 10 million is the cap for slightly larger equipment, but at the same time, not as large as what we have in our national facilities. And also transforming lives through the provision of scholarships, postgraduate scholarships particularly, the support of emerging and early career researchers through your programs like Tutuka, BAP, NGAP, all the way to then the larger funding programs and initiatives such as the Statue Chairs and the Centers of Excellence. We also aim to inspire a nation, as I mentioned, through the science awareness and engagement, education, communication. Again, this is where I said SASTA comes in. And lastly, the strengthening of the national system of innovation. And we do this, we don't do this one alone. We do this by building synergies with international and local partners and the provision of system-wide information and intelligence that we're continuously doing. Some of you, particularly colleagues who are in the research office, would know of the dashboards, for example, where you can go and get real-time information in terms of the support that you get from the NRF. So this is really just to show, I won't go into describing this diagram, but it's really just to show you what the human capital development pipeline looks like, right? As I said, starting with the support of as early as honor students, and we take them all the way through to the Statue Chairs and innovation support that we are more and more going into. So the facilities that I've mentioned, but first of all, before I tell you what they are, just to say, how do we define a national facility? So for us, it's an institution that provides unique and substantial infrastructure. So this is infrastructure that would be too big for a single university, for example, to have on their own. So it really is large in scope. And the diagrams here, the two of them pretty much show you the same thing. But if you focus on the one that's a triangle, of course, at the center of the national facility is the research infrastructure that they're focusing on and providing. But we provide education, there's innovation that happens, and there's research. So if you look at all of those factors that are inside of the diagram of the triangle, you would see that, in fact, it's pretty much like any other university department, if you want to see it that way. There's training of students that happens with technicians. We also are involved in innovation and spin-off creation from some of the work that we do. There's, as I said, there's postdocs, there's PhDs, there's master students. So think of it as almost like having a university department that's focusing on whatever area. So this is where the research performing aspect of our work comes in. The first facility that I'm introducing is the South African Astronomical Observatory, NRFSAO. I've got colleagues in the room who actually are from some of these national facility to do Celeste from SAO. So SAO is in the discipline of optical and infrared astronomy. And what are we famous for in terms of SAO? One of the things is that we host the SALT telescope, the Southern African Large Telescope. On your right there, those dots that you see at the further north, is that north or south? Right at the top, that's the SALT, the big telescope there that you see. I don't have a pointer with me. And the other dots are other telescopes that belong, some of them belong to other universities internationally or governments. So we've got agreements with for hosting those telescopes. So those who sort of own them or the co-hosts, then they come out to do some observation from, that is in Sutherland in the Northern Cape. And some of them, in fact, they can do observation remotely. We've got one called Lisedi that is autonomous. Our colleagues observe from Cape Town. So exciting things happening there. And then we've got Sarao, which is the South African Radio Astronomy Observatory. This is where we host half of the SKA, the Square Kilometer Array project, which of course is a focus of one of the catalytic niche areas. So I don't need to go too much into that. And this one is, the site is out in Carnarvon, also in the Northern Cape. Then we have Itemba Labs, Itemba Laboratory for Accelerator-Based Sciences. The core program director was in Pretoria, Dr. Gillian Arendse, is with Itemba Labs, and they're in the area of nuclear sciences, and they are the largest facility of its kind in the Southern Hemisphere. So in terms of nuclear sciences, that's what we have. The second last one is the South African Institute for Aquatic Biodiversity, NRF-SIAB. They are in freshwater and marine, so they're aquatic sciences, and they are located out in Makanda in the Eastern Cape. And it is really the leading aquatic biodiversity research institute that we have. And if you ever have an opportunity to visit, you really will be amazed just to see just the collection alone of what they have. It's enough to it's amazing. Then the last one, we've got SCION, the South African Environmental Observatory Network. SCION is involved in long-term ecological monitoring and research. And they really are responsible for, as I said, the ecological monitoring. And they located, so those that you see there is where we have got a presence through the work of SCION, pretty much covering most of the country. And I must say that, as I said, we've got colleagues who are here, but for SCION, we also have somebody who left the NRF for Unisa. We're not complaining, we're still in the same system. She continues to advance, but an amazing scientist, Professor to me, no longer Dr. Professor Mary Jane Hupape. So she used to be with SCION and still works with SCION, I believe, right? No, I beg your pardon. Okay. So that was in terms of the facilities that I thought it's important to introduce, given the reason why we're meeting, given the focus of the symposium. And as I said, colleagues, do feel free to reach out to myself. I'll introduce you to the colleagues that you need to engage with going forward. So moving on to the NRF Vision 2030. So the ambition and aspiration under Vision 2030 is really to conduct research for a better society. So the research that we conduct in our facility, the research that we fund, the aim is that we need to do all of that for a better society. And in terms of the mission, we want to enable and facilitate the contribution of scientific research and knowledge to national development, as I said when I introduced the NRF mandate. And we do this, everything that we do is grounded in all these 6 values that we'll see here. But what are we aiming to achieve in terms of the result? What do we want to see? Well, we want to move from a situation where we conduct research as an end. So we do research, we publish, it ends there. Or if we're like, we might file a patent again, it finds itself just being filed and nothing happening. We don't exploit those patents. But we want to move from that. Appreciating, of course, colleagues, that they still need to do research for the sake of research, right? A lot of the fundamental research and a lot of the discoveries and innovations have come out of basic and fundamental research. So we appreciate that, we want that to still continue. But we also need to move to a position where we start thinking about moving beyond research as an end to where we want to conduct excellent research that has impact. The VC also spoke a lot about, a number of times she mentioned the word impact and transformation in her address. So that's what we aim to see. But how do we position this as the NRF? So we want to be, of course, we consider ourselves a transformed and agile knowledge organization, but one with an unwavering commitment to these 4 aspects that you see here. So transformation being one of them. So we want transformation of the knowledge enterprise, right? Transformation, not just in terms of who's conducting research, who's involved in research, but also what kind of research are we conducting? Are we addressing national priorities? Those areas that the VC also mentioned, the areas that you're focusing on under your catalytic niche research areas. We want to enhance innovation within the NSI. We have proven as a country that we can publish, like we really can publish a lot, and we can publish in high impact journals and all of that. But we want to then start to move from just publishing and seeing a lot of innovation within the national system of innovation. We want to continue striving for excellence and international competitiveness. And we really are competitive. I mean, as somebody who has been involved in research management for a while and engaging with counterparts from many parts of the globe, I appreciate a lot the fact that we are competitive. We've got a lot of competitive research happening in our spaces. Sustainability is important to us, both of the knowledge enterprise and of the environment, of course, given the impacts of climate change and the likes. But we don't want to do all of this just for the sake of. We want to do this for impact, as I said, to align with our Vision 2030. So impact of the knowledge enterprise on society, the economy, and again, on the environment. There are a number of strategic levers that underpins and focus areas that underpin our Vision 2030. I know it's a lot of text, so I'm not going to go through everything there. You can just have a look and go through it quickly. But one that I want to focus on, the lever that I want to talk to, is the one about funding for impact. And the reason why I want to talk specifically to this is because colleagues would know, especially because every single one of the Unisa researchers have at some point applied for NRF funding, right? Just nod, even if you haven't, because they're watching, even in Pretoria, they're watching on the screen and they're like, but you money into the university, so how are you not applying for NRF funding? So you would be familiar with the fact that we recently reorganized some of our funding instruments, some of them name changing and all of that. And the reason why, of course, we needed to do this is because we wanted to optimize the allocation for national priorities, right? So we needed to then say, okay, what are the priorities and where should this money go? So that funding for impact. And of course, part of it is because linking up with the impact framework that was introduced a couple of years ago, we're now wanting for our researchers to start thinking about impact right at the part of planning your work. So we don't want you to just plan your project, apply for funding, then do your research, and then maybe there's surprise, maybe there's some impact that comes out of it. We want you to start thinking, what is most likely going to be the impact of the work that I do? So that is why we now have this lever that is really funding for impact, and also as a way to encourage and nudge our researchers to think about impact much earlier on. Of course, we also want to increase competitive grant mechanisms, and we want to monitor and evaluate research outcomes. So you will also know that when you go and do your APR, annual progress report, online, there is a part now where we're starting to ask about the impact of the research that you're doing. And of course, as I said, we know very well that we can't do this alone as the NRF. We need partners. And this is just a network of some of the partners that we work with, of course, including universities. You'll see the higher education and research performing institutions. But we've got a big network of partners, private sector, other government departments, sister organizations similar to the NRF, even those that are not in the DSTI stable, so these are the network, the partners that we work with that are within our partners, and of course some who are not here. We work, for example, we're partnering even with some of the banks to be able to provide co-funding. Okay, so that's that in terms of the vision, and as I said, I want to just speak briefly about the NRF Impact Framework, which was introduced a few years ago. And I'm sure, again, that every single person here has read it at least once. Maybe somebody's on their third round just to try and understand some of the details of this framework. So the journey around the impact agenda started around 2020, 2021, thereabout, trying to link up to what would then become Vision 2030. And as I mentioned these what we call ties for impact in the NRF, so focusing on transformation, impact, excellence, sustainability. So the The framework then deals with aspects such as, okay, what is impact? How do we define impact? Because one of the aspects that we initially, when we started engaging, having workshops that we were trying to talk about this impact framework, one of the questions that will come is, but how do I define impact? And it's something that it's not just us as the NRF were grappled with or researchers grappling with. So we needed to try and at least define it in our context in the impact framework. And why do we want to focus on impact? How does this fit together with the priorities that we want addressed? So in terms of how we define impact is that it's got to be a beneficial, there has to be a beneficial change in society, or at least knowledge advancement, brought about as a direct or indirect result of the NRF's research support. So the funding that we provide, right? Whether this is planned or it's unplanned, whether it's immediate or long term. So essentially we want there to be visible improvement in the quality of ordinary South African citizens as a result of the research that you conducted, funded by the NRF. So that's what we are after when we look at whether or not there's been impact in your work. And our framework focuses on two types of framework. Of course, we appreciate and acknowledge the fact that there are many types of impact, but we're focusing at knowledge impact, and this is where you're advancing your discipline, or societal impact, which has to do with improvement in the quality of the lives of ordinary South Africans. And is this new? Is this impact new? You know, what is this about? No, of course not. It's not new. It's been happening. But what we're doing is that we're being deliberate, we're being intentional, and we're insisting on it to say we really want to start seeing impact. And as I said, we're focusing on the research impact that touches on societal impact and knowledge impact. So why the focus on societal impact? And I appreciated when the VC was giving her address, because she touched on this first point. So for us, we believe that the societal impact agenda will help first and foremost with advocacy, right? When we need to make a case for public investment in research. And also in terms of, because when you talk of societal impact, so it's about improving the people's lives. So ultimately, once you've done your research, it is those who benefited, it is the society that should turn around and say, yes, there has been impact of this research that happened. It really, because we think that everything we do has impact, right? It's my work, so of course, that's why I wake up every day to do it, is impact. But it's essentially the beneficiaries who can then say there is impact. So we believe that having this agenda then helps with that advocacy, to be able to make a case, to be able to get buy-in. The second one is around analysis and learning, right? So understanding the research and impact and how this will increase the opportunity for societal benefit. Then the third one is around accountability, because of course, even as the NRF, we receive the money through our line department, Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, and then we've got to report, we need to account. I think recently, most of us have become aware of something called the PPC, Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, because, whoa, you know, people are being held to account. So that happens. And what some of us didn't know is that that happens on a very regular basis. I think maybe even more than once a year, Mr. Nemonga, but it's a very regular occurrence that has been happening. The PPC has always been there. People have been going, reporting. It's just that now we're more aware of it. So if we can, you know, prove that there's been societal benefit in terms of the support we provided, that also helps when it comes to accountability, because we can say, yeah, you know, you gave us X billions, and we keep saying we need a lot more, you need to double our allocation, and these are the reasons. So it helps if we can say to the parliamentarians, look at the lives that have been changed. And linked to that, of course, is with allocation, because then we can make a case for saying, look, we need more allocation. Our researchers out there doing groundbreaking work. They're doing work that is improving the lives of ordinary South Africans. So we need the allocation to be increased. And what has been our approaches in terms of implementation so far of the impact agenda at the NRF? So we focused on these core focus areas that you see here. The first one being around ensuring that there's alignment between policy and the instrument. And this is key because, so through the workshops and the engagements that we've done so far, there's been a recurring question that keeps coming up, especially from academics, because we always invite universities and academics to participate. And it's around the alignment between, so our drive for impact, which takes time, right? You're lucky if your research, you can see impact in, I don't know, 3, even 5 years. It can take as long as 5, 10 years for you to say this has been the impact, or even longer, right, Prof? And so we're saying we need you to do that. But at the same time, there is the DHET research outputs policy, which focuses on publications, right? We need you to publish, we need you. And I don't know how it works here, but in other universities and where I've been before, even aspects like promotion, your promotion depends on it. You will produce X number of research output units per year if you want to be promoted. So how do we then balance this push for impact, which will take time? It won't happen in even the 3 years, and the need to publish, because the two often will be competing. You want to just focus on that. So there's a need for, and this is happening, for example, engagements between the NRF, ourselves, and the DHET, and any other department that may have a policy that we feel actually may discourage people from pursuing work with impact. So that's critical. Developing impact literacy, as I said, we have been engaging in a number of workshops where we really just take participants through, first, how do we define impact? How are we going to be assessing for impact at the NRF when you submit your funding proposal and when you submit your performance reports, your annual reports? And that aspect, we really are, I must say, still early days, colleagues, so patience and understanding. So we're still working on figuring out those aspects, the assessment measures or metrics that we'll be using. The third one there around incentives, as I've already spoken to that, how are we going to encourage our researchers to really focus on driving impact? Also promoting research methodologies that advance impact. The VC also mentioned engaged research and the like. But the last part, the inter or transdisciplinary research aspect, because a lot of the impact projects rarely involve just people or researchers in one discipline. It involves people in many disciplines. This aspect also touches again on the policy and guideline and some framework alignment, because again, another issue that researchers are having is that we want people to pursue transdisciplinary research to drive impact, but the rating instrument expects you to be very much niche. So if you're pushing for rating, you need to be niche, but we also want you to be transdisciplinary. So there's that aspect. So we need then to figure out how are we going to assess transdisciplinary research when it comes to rating panels, when it comes to people applying for rating, where does this niche insistence on being niche, how does that feature? So again, we're still pretty much working on it. And the last one, I think I've already spoken about introducing appropriate impact assessment, both at proposal stage and once you have concluded your research. So where are we now with the impact work? We've been having a number of webinars and workshops, as I said. We've already adopted the framework. You can find it, colleagues, on our website if you would like to have a look at, and I do encourage, of course, go and download it. It's not a very long document, and familiarize yourself with it. And we do ongoing impact literacy campaigns, and hopefully even this is like some 2 minutes of just sensitizing around the impact framework of the NRF. And we also publish a number of policy briefs from our national facilities, as I mentioned. We published, maybe some 2 years back, we produced a publication that's featuring some of the impact work that is being conducted in our national facilities. In the next couple of slides, before I conclude, I'm just going to share a few examples of such, just to give you a sense of what we've considered in the past to be impact projects. And then in 2024, we piloted or introduced the NRF Impact Award. This gets awarded at the NRF, the annual NRF Awards, where we recognize emerging researchers and other categories that you may be familiar with. It was introduced in 2024. We had 3 projects that were finalists. I will share them with you now. One, of course, becoming the winner ultimately. Last year, sadly, we did not receive enough, or rather submissions that were worthy of the award. So in 2025, there was no NRF Societal Impact Award that was submitted. And that was sad because it's not for lack of projects or work that's out there that was deserving. I think part of it, I suppose, is the lack of understanding of what to look out for. Right, hence the literacy aspect comes in to say, no, this is what you need to look out for if you are to decide or to determine if your project has got societal impact contributions. And there was a workshop also in 2024 in October that we did with the Advancing and Evaluating the Societal Impact of Science entity. Okay, so I promised some examples. Colleagues, I apologize for the tiny text, but if you go into our website, at the top tab, you'll see NRF Impact. All these studies are there. So these are the 3 that were the finalists at the 2024, the inaugural NRF Societal Impact Award. And the Center of Excellence for Biomedical Tuberculosis Research, that top one, was the one that was awarded, that received the award in 2024. All these 3 are part of the Center of Excellence program, but it does not need to be, your project does not need to be part of the Center of Excellence program or statutory program for it to be considered. I think the submissions we received for this year, most of them, in fact, were not in that. And these are examples from the national facilities. So the first one on managing aquatic invasions in South Africa is a study that was done, or a project of SIAB, the one that's in Makanda on aquatic biodiversity. The picture there, that green picture, most of you will be familiar with if you know what's happening with the Hartebeespoort Dam, for example, that invasive water hyacinth. Said it correctly, but that weed, yeah. So the team at SIAB have done a study on finding a biological control agent that can try and deal with that problem. At the bottom, you've got a study on mapping of tilapia fish, which is considered an ideal species for aquaculture to try and deal with food nutrition and food insecurity. And then you've got from Itamba Labs, where they did a study on particle therapy as a treatment for cancer. So these are the things that have happened. So impact work. Sarao was involved in the National Ventilator Project at the height of the COVID crisis. And we have at the bottom from the SAO a study on the use of fiber technology that is really intended for telescopes, but could be used, or it's now being used in medical imaging and in agriculture. Okay, and lastly, this is the last. Why do all of this? To what end? Why do we care so much about it? Because, of course, as I said, we do want to see a system that continues to be productive. We want to see transformation. This is something that we really want to drive. And as I said, transformation not just of who is doing the research, but also what kind of research gets done and gets funded. We believe that we have an influential role in the system as the NRF. Impact, I've just shared about that. So the research we fund and the research we conduct has got to continue being impactful. And we want to see innovation. Sustainability is at the center of everything we do. And at the bottom of all of it, we do want research for a better society. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, everybody. Small thing that you need to declare again when you get back to this office. Thank you very much. So thank you very much for that, Dr. Ndi. I think we're going to not take questions if everybody's okay with that, because we've got time constraints on either side to ensure that our program continues on time. We are a little bit late already, so please bear with us. I think I immediately want to invite our next chair for for the following session on space. Oh, let me get my...
All right, thank you very much, Warren, and thank you very much, Dr. Luruli. As Warren indicated, we're going straight into our parallel session, and maybe just to adjust time a little bit, this session will run up until 11:05, so that our keynote can start at 11:10. That will then give you enough time, I hope, to be able to make things according to the program. So you then have from 11:10 until 11:50 as per the original program. All right, so we're going to go into our parallel session. Of course, this session on this side is devoted to feminist, womanist, Bolsadi theorizations, and the chair is Professor Darlene Miller, and she will introduce her panelists. The theme, relevance, responsiveness, and societal impact beyond.
Good morning, Unisa. We are happy to be together. I'm Professor Darlene Miller, and I'm working with the College of Graduate Studies. So big thank you to Professor Jessica Murray for facilitating our participation. So we're in the news again, Unisa. I don't know how you feel about that, but you know, every home has its troubles. So I have two introductory remarks. One is about us and the news. But it seems that the media loves to give the worst possible reports about our university. And I think, personally, we need to write back and tell them where they are wrong. Because when they tarnish the image of Unisa, they tarnish our image as researchers as well. We are Unisa. Of course, we have problems to address. We're not the only university that's going through all sorts of challenges. But as a university that has strong women's leadership, we should be very careful of patriarchal narratives that are hell-bent on destroying South Africa's women vice-chancellors. Like every other university globally, we have our internal challenges. But there are many things that we get right. This symposium and this flagship research initiative as one example. We as the academics and researchers need to remind the world of these facts, what we get right, and resist the way that Unisa's image is persistently tarnished like that. And I don't see as many reports about other universities. That's the thing. And I've been to these other universities and worked at them, and we all have our troubles, right? So I'm sure you must feel with me when I say to you that as a Khoi African mother, this kind of weighs on my heart. We need to have loyalty to the institution that allows us to be professional intellectuals, that places us in a position to mold and shape young intellectuals, and that pays our salaries. Let's discuss our household problems as mothers who know how to hold a household together, who know how to build strong legacies for our African futures, and let's resist scurrilous, sensationalizing reports. And then just to remind everyone of the national disaster in our country, the GBV disaster. Arundhati Roy, in that beautiful novel of hers, Mother Mary Comes to Me, she quotes from the director who did the film on the Bandit Queen, and that was an Indian rebel woman who was raped repeatedly. And she quotes the director who says, rape, he informed us, was not just the subjugation of the body, but also the subjugation of the soul. So I want to revise Prof. Sivarasu's quote from yesterday and say, I will use my brain to see you. I will use my spirit to heal you. In Africa, we're often focused on external transformation. our research also needs to help us focus on internal transformation. The Vice-Chancellor has facilitated these flagship research programs. It is our duty as the research community of Unisa to honor the intention of this initiative. So we have 3 sectors and 3 speakers for you today. The first speaker is virtual, and our panel comes from GBV sector, business sector, and government. Unfortunately, the speaker from the refugee sector is unable to attend. So I'll begin with a short biography of our first speaker, Ambassador Robina Marks. She is a distinguished South African diplomat, gender specialist, author, and public intellectual with more than 3 decades of leadership in diplomacy, international development, gender equality, and institutional transformation. She served as South Africa's ambassador to Thailand, Sri Lanka, and Benin, with concurrent accreditation to countries across Asia and West Africa, advancing South Africa's foreign policy, economic diplomacy, South-South cooperation, human rights, and public diplomacy agenda. So, IT, we have a video presentation from Prof. Ruby Marks. You can play that now while we're waiting for you to set up. I'll tell you a little bit more about her. So please play. She's an internationally recognized leader in gender equality, served as Chief Director, Gender at the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, DIRCO, where she led South Africa's engagement on gender across national, continental, and global platforms. Okay, I'll hand over to IT for the video of Ambassador Ruby Marks's, Rubina Marks, or Ruby as we affectionately know her, for her video presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, and my apologies for not being there in person today. The question this panel asks us to consider is how African-centered feminist scholarship is informing policy, advancing institutional transformation, and contributing to societal impact beyond academia. I want to explore that question through the lens of gender-based violence. My reflections draw on many years of working alongside organizations such as the Sarki Parkman Center in Cape Town and Masimanyani Women's Rights International in the Eastern Cape, as well as years of engaging governments on gender-based violence across the 10 countries where I served as South Africa's head of mission and in South Africa. Using that experience, I want to ask a simple question. What does African-centered feminist scholarship know that mainstream scholarship often misses? And how might traditions such as African feminism, womanism, Bosadi theology, decolonial feminism, and indigenous knowledge systems reshape not only what we study, but how we study it? Much of our gender-based violence scholarship still places women into relatively neat binary categories, victim or survivors. But millions of African women fit neither category. They stay, not because they are weak or somehow ignorant or lack agency. They stay because they are negotiating life inside violent systems. Yet those negotiations are almost invisible in our research. Most current GBV research asks, why doesn't she leave? I want to suggest a different research question. How does she survive when leaving is impossible? Those are 2 fundamentally different questions. The first begins with deficiency. The second begins with agency. It asks how women manage danger, reduce harm, and keeps themselves and their children alive when escape is simply not possible. Let me illustrate from our own experience. A woman bargains with a man who beats her. If you are going to keep me, use an open hand, not your fist. She has not ended the violence, but she has reduced the likelihood of serious injury. Is that submission or is it strategy? Another woman divorces her abusive husband, yet allows him to remain in the house. Outsiders call it failure. She calls it survival, because now the law is on her side if he assaults her again. She has shifted the balance of power. Again I ask, is this submission or is it strategy? Why are these women almost absent from our scholarship? Women living under violent patriarchy often become extraordinary strategists. They develop emotional calculations, financial calculations, spatial calculations. They negotiate around children, around alcohol use, and around timing. They build informal protection networks with neighbors. They hide money. They become economically indispensable. They speak when silence is dangerous, and they remain silent when speaking is dangerous. Some quietly build an escape plan over 10 years or more. None of this appears in policy, yet this is daily expertise. This is where I believe African-centered feminist scholarship offers something truly distinctive. African feminist traditions have long insisted that women exercise agency not only after liberation, but within oppression. Western scholarship has often celebrated the rupture. African feminist scholarship also asks us to understand endurance, not to romanticize suffering, but to recognize women's moral agency under conditions of profound constraint. Bosadi's scholarship in particular challenges us to see women not simply as victims of violence, but as moral actors navigating unequal worlds. Perhaps what remains under-researched is what I call the hidden curriculum of survival, or what we might begin to theorize as survival intelligence, not because women should have to possess it, but because millions do. This survival intelligence includes risk assessment, emotional labor, negotiation, strategic decision-making, and everyday problem-solving developed under conditions of violence. If we fail to study it, we overlook one of the richest and least recognized bodies of feminist knowledge on our continent. This also has important implications for policy. If our research only studies women after they leave abusive relationships, then our policies will largely be designed for women after they leave. But millions never leave, or they cannot leave, at least not yet. Policy should therefore also learn from women's lived practices of negotiated safety, harm reduction, informal community protection, and everyday resistance. That, I would argue, is where grounded African feminist research becomes policy innovation. It also opens up an entirely new research agenda. Instead of asking, why did you stay? Perhaps we should ask, how did you keep yourself alive? What decisions that you made reduced harm to you? What invisible work did you perform every day? What forms of knowledge did you develop that no one recognized? What would gender-based violence policy look like if it began with the lived expertise and experience of women who cannot leave? These questions move us away from seeing women simply as objects of intervention. Instead, they invite us to recognize women as producers of sophisticated, though often invisible, knowledge about surviving patriarchal violence. Let me end with this thought. For decades, we have studied the pathology of violent men. We have measured the prevalence of violence against women. We have documented institutional failures. But have we paid sufficient scholarly attention to the extraordinary survival intelligence that African women have generated simply to remain alive? If we fail to study that knowledge, not to normalize violence, but to understand it and to learn from it, we overlook one of the richest, most sophisticated, and least recognized archives of African feminist knowledge. This symposium wants us to identify niche catalyst research areas. I am proposing a new research agenda centered on women's survival intelligence under conditions of coercive control. Perhaps that is where the next frontier of African-centered feminist scholarship lies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Marks. Ambassador Marks is online during our question time for you to follow up. We'll move to our next speaker, Mr. Leslo. I knew I'm going to make a mistake. Sorry, my Khoisan language was taken away from me, so I stand here very reduced individual. Leslo Honolo Majoro is a public affairs manager at Bayer, South Africa, specializing in stakeholder engagement, strategic communications, and public-private partnerships. He works at the intersection of business, government, and civil society, leading high-level engagements with policymakers, development finance institutions, industry bodies, NGOs, and international partners. His work focuses on advancing sustainable agriculture, social transformation, food security, youth empowerment, and inclusive economic development across Southern Africa. With extensive experience in corporate affairs and public policy, Leslo Honolo has played a key role in shaping and implementing Bayer's Africa Social Transformation Strategy, fostering partnerships that support smallholder farmers, entrepreneurship, skills development, and community resilience. Mr. Majoro is committed to creating meaningful collaborations that deliver shared value for business, society, and government. You are welcome, sir. Please join us. Yeah.
Good morning. And thank you to Unisa for the invitation to participate in this important discussion. In my role at Bayer, South Africa, as Prof has already alluded to, I work at the intersection of business, government, civil society, communities, and development partners. One of the key lessons I have learned is that society's challenges do not exist in silos. Food security, healthcare, youth unemployment, gender inequality, climate resilience, and social development are deeply interconnected. As a result, meaningful solutions require collaboration across sectors and disciplines. Today, I would like to share some practical observations from our work and reflect on how research can become more relevant, responsive, and impactful in addressing real-world challenges. What are we seeing on the ground? With regards to food security, agriculture, and rural development, Bayer sits at the intersection of agriculture, health, and sustainability. Every day we engage with issues relating to food security and nutrition, climate change and agricultural resilience, smallholder farmer development, youth employment and entrepreneurship, sustainable agriculture and environmental stewardship, social transformation and inclusive growth. Across South Africa and the continent, we continue to see common challenges. Increasing climate variability and extreme weather events. The El Nino, the forecasted El Nino comes to mind, and associated droughts and the potential impact it will have on the farmers. rising input and production costs, food affordability pressures, high unemployment, particularly among youth and women, persistent inequality in rural communities. Food security is therefore no longer only an agricultural issue. It is increasingly connected to livelihoods, nutrition, education, market access, healthcare, and community resilience. From our experience, smallholder and emerging farmers require more than production inputs. They need access to markets, skills development and training, access to finance, climate adaptation support, digital tools and technology. These are interconnected challenges that require integrated solutions. On healthcare and women's empowerment, so Bayer is also a pharmaceutical company and is a manufacturer of women's contraceptives and a key player and social partner within that space. And within that space, similar trends emerge in healthcare. We continue to see challenges around access to healthcare services, particularly for women and girls in rural communities. Distance, transport costs, long waiting times, and shortages of healthcare professionals can limit access to care. Access to information remains equally important. Many young women still lack reliable and confidential information about reproductive health, family planning, and maternal health and disease prevention. Social and cultural norms also continue to influence health-seeking behavior. In some communities, stigma and traditional expectations may discourage women from accessing healthcare services or openly discussing reproductive health matters. While progress has been made in reducing teenage pregnancies nationally, rates remain high in some rural and underserved communities, affecting educational outcomes, employment prospects, and long-term economic participation. Importantly, digital technology presents a significant opportunity. Mobile platforms and digital services can improve access to information and healthcare support, especially where traditional services are limited. This creates opportunities for collaboration between academia, government, healthcare providers, technology companies, and the private sector. What do practitioners need from research? From a practitioner, if I may call myself that, there is often a gap between theory and implementation. The questions we need research to answer are not only what is happening, but what actually works. For example, which youth employment intervention produce and will produce sustainable outcomes? Which agricultural extension models improve productivity and resilience? How can public-private partnership deliver measurable impact? And in fact, how can we measure impact? How can healthcare and information services reach underserved communities more effectively? We also need a deeper understanding of how people experience programs and interventions. Too often success is measured through outputs, and this is a call out on the private sector, including what we do within the private sector. We tend to look at the number of people trained, number of workshops conducted, number of beneficiaries reached. Number of beneficiaries reached, which is really more output focused. Communities, however, experience success differently. Research that captures lived experiences, community perceptions, behavioral dynamics, and unintended consequences can significantly improve program design and implementation. Perhaps most importantly, we need research that helps us understand sustainability. And I mean sustainability here in the functional meaning of the word, right? Many initiatives perform well while funding exists,
but struggle once support is withdrawn. Understanding how communities can take ownership of programs and sustain the benefits over the long term is indeed critical. With regards to relevance to feminisms, womanisms, and Bosadi, or rather on that question, the themes of feminism, womanism, and Bosadi are highly relevant beyond academic discussion because they help us understand the realities shaping the lives of women and girls. In practice, we encounter questions such as, how do social norms affect women's economic participation? How do women navigate leadership roles in rural and traditional settings? What barriers exist for young women seeking employment or entrepreneurship opportunities? How can institutions become more responsive to women's lived experiences? These questions influence policy decisions, investment choices, program design, and development outcomes every day. At Bayer, we see this through our engagement with smallholder farmers, youth development programs, and community partnerships. Women make up a significant portion of the agricultural workforce, yet many continue to face barriers in accessing land, financial services, quality inputs, markets, technology, and business networks. Consequently, programs that appear gender neutral can inadvertently exclude those who need them most. We also observe that women are often the primary managers of household food security, nutrition, and family well-being. When women gain access to training, digital information, financial services, and market opportunities, the benefits typically extend beyond the individual, strengthening entire households and communities. Similarly, in our work on youth empowerment and health, we see how access to information can shape life outcomes for young women. While teenage pregnancy are indeed declining in many areas, vulnerable communities still face challenges that require innovative partnerships and solutions. For us, the value of feminism, womanism, and Bosadi lies in helping organizations, including ourselves, to move beyond assumptions and better understand the lived realities, aspiration, constraints, and leadership potential of women. That understanding ultimately leads to more inclusive, effective, and sustainable interventions. On the last question on areas where research can create greater societal impact, I would argue that the most important question is not necessarily which issues universities research, but rather how research is conducted. The challenges we face today, whether food security, health access, climate change, youth unemployment, gender inequality, or social cohesion, are interconnected, as I highlighted in the beginning. They require multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and transdisciplinary approaches that bring together different fields of expertise, practitioners, policymakers, industry, and communities themselves. From the perspective of practitioners, the most valuable research is research that addresses real-world challenges, responds to community needs and realities, produces actionable insights for decision makers, generates measurable and sustainable societal impact, moves beyond diagnosis to practical and scalable solutions. We already understand many of the problems facing society. What we increasingly need are solutions that can be implemented, tested, adapted, scaled, and sustained. This is where institutions such as Unisa have a critical role to play. By working closely with government, industry, civil society, and communities, academic research can help bridge the gap between knowledge and impact. Ultimately, the stronger the collaboration between academia and practitioners, the greater our collective ability to create meaningful solution and lasting societal change. Thank you.
What disciplined speakers we have. Makes your life good, hey? Program Director. Thank you so much, Mr. Majuro. And I now have the pleasure of introducing Ms. Stella Masumbuka. She's the Senior Sector Expert Director for Sector Monitoring, Social Protection, Social Cohesion, and Nation Building. in the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. As you can see, all these speakers are talking to topics and things that are very close to our hearts. She has extensive experience in the private sector and over 25 years in the public service. She's worked in the Office of the Premier in Mpumalanga for over 10 years in the Cabinet Secretariat support. She's currently with DPME, Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, in the sectors that we've mentioned. And she's a former WIT student for Public Management, Monitoring and Evaluation, but she's also a former Unisa student. Public Relations, Management, Public Administration and Communication Facilitation. And she's currently doing her PhD in Public Administration. We look forward to inviting you next time as Dr. Masumbuka. Welcome.
Okay, my pen has fallen. Thank you very much, Prof. And I want to convey my sincere greetings to the colleagues, the members of the university, and also appreciate the invitation. And I think I also need to make a declaration that the invitation had nothing to do with me being a student here. It had absolutely nothing. Prof, I think you'll have to also explain how I ended up in this podium. It's important. It's not over declaration. So, with regards to the topic relevance, responsiveness, and societal impact beyond academia, I think it's very much important. And from the Department of Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation, responsible for the institutionalization of planning, monitoring, and evaluation frameworks to improve, accountability and governance, it is important that I emphasize the importance of the National Development Plan as our guiding a framework to ensure that, the government programs are implemented with an intention of seeing improved outcomes and ultimately realizing the impact. The adoption of the National Development Plan, it provided the clear development trajectory. This is what the President always likes saying. It also enables the renewal of our vision as South Africa to provide an important yardstick through which we assess our progress as government. Now, what is important, and with regards to the work that we are doing within DPME, we are divided into different units. As you would know that the NDP has got more than, I think, 13 chapters. So there are different people who are responsible for different outcomes. There's education, there's health, there's environment, there's safety, and in particular, the social cohesion and nation building is the one that I'm responsible for. And we are drawing our work from the Chapter 15 of the National Development Plan, and this has been clearly articulated by the VC this morning that the vision of the Chapter 15 itself is to transform society and unite the nation. I think it says a lot on its own, and it becomes very much relevant for the topic today and also the gathering. With regards to the focus in terms of how do we then transform these societies, how do we unite this country, the focus has been identified on two areas, that is social cohesion and also nation building. With regards to social cohesion, it is mostly about, promoting or enabling the glue that binds the country together, embracing and celebrating what people have in common rather than their differences. It is about the social justice. It's about social capital. It's about minimizing the disparities in income, in wealth, interpersonal relation, and also promoting trust within groups and also across, government institutions. Whereas nation building relates to the constructing, it's a continuous project of constructing the national identity. It is also about, the redress and also transforming the people's lives. Now, in all of this, we have the clear framework from the Constitution, from the RSA Constitution, which provides a very clear means of how we relate with each other. The values of the Constitution are very much clear in terms of promoting the human dignity, non-sexism, non-racism, and all the manners in which we are related as human beings. Now, with regards to the programs that are being monitored by the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, which I will also refer to as DPME, we are looking at programs that are cross-cutting, not necessarily a Department of Sports, Departments of Education, but all departments have got a role to play in ensuring that the values of the Constitution are promoted, are entrenched in how we live, in how we relate, in how we coexist. It is also important that, we promote the inclusivity in planning, in how we allocate the resources, making sure that, there's equalization in the opportunities. Also, what is important is the support of the vulnerable groups, the women, youth, and persons with disabilities. That is at the fore of the government priorities, and that is very much important for the work that we do. Also, the involvement of the stakeholders. I was very much pleased when I heard from business that they also, coming into the space. It's very much important. Now, I will not really, I had prepared, some notes that I was going to share with the meeting in terms of, how we have fared as a country, because we have done, the reviews over the first decade, second decade, and up to the 30-year review. But then I think if time allows, maybe during the interaction, I think we'll get into that. What I'm going to share with the meeting is some of the snapshots, and which becomes very much relevant to this catalytic niche area, in terms of the snapshots that are coming out in terms of the gender equality and the women of empowerment in South Africa, specifically from that 30-year review, because it's very much important and it's relevant. We have made progress in entrenching the vision and the mandate of gender equality as South Africa. That we can celebrate. We have also made progress in formulating policies that are gender responsive. The representation of women in leadership, we have made progress, and we continue to do so, although there are binding constraints. Women and social protection, women's education and skills development, and also women's role in the environment and the green economy. This has been backed by enabling legislation, and imperatives of these vulnerable groups have been entrenched in how we are planning and how we are delivering the services, including, the LGBTQI plus community. However, progress remains lagging in economic emancipation of women. Access to services, we heard it from the previous speaker. Women's health and well-being. And the worst being the rights to be free from violence. I think this has been emphasized in the first speaker. Addressing patriarchy, it's something that requires real attention. Sex stereotyping, the gendered roles and the division of labor, and finally addressing women's unequal share in the unpaid care work and household responsibilities in the GDP. I am saying these things deliberately so that, they spark, possible areas to look into, coupled with what the first speaker had indicated in terms of the survival modes that, women navigate around. The persistent challenges that are impediments to social cohesion and nation building. Poverty, inequality, and unemployment remains. We know that the main driver behind the National Development Plan is to reduce poverty, is to reduce inequality, and it's to also, create a job opportunity, make sure that unemployment is reduced. But that remains a challenge. Poverty in terms of food poverty, in terms of subjective poverty, in terms of multidimensional poverty. Inequality, there's a lot of, multiple dimensions within inequality that continue to manifest itself. And we use the Gini coefficient, and within the NDP, the plan is to reduce it to 0.6, which is currently at 0.63. And this is something that we need to do at least by 2030. The harsh reality is that the face of poverty is still black. The face of poverty is also a female. The face of unemployment is still the same. Inequality is also reflected mostly in black communities. And in particular, black women continue to navigate around that. There is a strong correlation between hunger and gender inequality. Poverty is particularly higher among women in South Africa because they face greater unemployment numbers when compared to their male counterparts. This is reflective of the visible discrepancies between men and women in several aspects of life, leaving women behind in terms of socio-economic opportunities. The second challenge is teenage and adolescent pregnancy. This is something that perpetuates intergenerational poverty. Then the third one, I will not really get into teenage pregnancy because I'm being intimidated by time, but I really wanted us to really get to understand, I wanted to share, the importance of addressing teenage pregnancy, recognizing that the responsibilities extends beyond adolescent girls, young women, but addressing behaviors, attitudes, and accountability for both sexes. Sustainable reduction in adolescent pregnancy depends equally engaging boys and young men through interventions that promote responsible behavior. This will also depend on the involvement of the families, because if a 10-year-old presents themselves in a hospital giving birth, that is a case on its own. But are, as mothers, willing and able to take the matter forward and open a statutory rape case. That is something that would then tally with the first speaker in terms of the survival modes, the manner in which the survival modes are normalized. The substance use disorder remain a significant driver of poverty, crime, family instability, and social dropout and unemployment. I cannot overemphasize the issue of substance abuse. It also relates to teenage pregnancy. It ties to issue of unemployment. It ties to issues of, unequal opportunities. And the last one being the gender-based violence and femicide. I will not really get into it because the first speaker was very much in detail about it. What I need to indicate is that the gender-based violence happens in familiar environment. It happens in families, it happens in homes, it happens in social spaces, and the silence is actually harboring it. And the femicide cases, when you look at, DPM is also involved currently in reviewing the femicide cases. When you're looking at the femicide cases, you see that most of them, it happens, and there's also history of reports that the victim has tried many times to reach out to the justice system or either whatever kind of services, trying for help or crying for help, but at the end you then get the actual death of the victim. Those are some of the cases, some of the history, the stories that are told behind the femicide cases. In terms of the research, I think I'm going to indicate that we have the Constitution, but it looks like it's not working. Why? That is a framework that says this is how we should relate to one another, but it is not happening. Measuring social cohesion, developing meaningful indicators to measure social cohesion and social inclusion, and also beyond a GDP, Human Development Index. How do we measure human well-being? The issues of inequality and also the fostering of the values of the Constitution itself. So I think that's how I can summarize my inputs, but I really had a lot, and understanding the magnitude of the topic that we're talking about, it's very, 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 you can't really say everything. And also, at a societal level, I want to talk about the issues that we normalize, the social and the cultural norms. The name Bosadi, there's a saying of, always encouraging women to work like a woman, do things like a woman, as if, when you are crying out to say I'm not able to, then you're not a woman enough. There are some cultural practices which are not put balanced. Mourning for a man and mourning in a woman, it's totally different. You are given different time periods when both of you have lost partners. There are also issues with regards to how we raise our children, how we are, socializing them to be when they're growing up, such that, when they are out there in the society, they are not really able to express themselves, to even stand up for themselves because of the social norms that are entrenched from the family level. So it's important that, when we're trying to encourage this emancipation of women, emancipation of girls, that, it starts at a family level. I think that's where I can end my talk. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. All right, we're under pressure here, so very strict program director. Do we have questions? So we can go till 5:15, you said? Okay. Right, we have 5 minutes to engage with each other. One there. Okay, one over there. So one, and am I missing any hands? Can you not wave at each other at this crucial moment? Okay, got you. All right, let's take 3. So first. Okay. So we'll start with the speaker on the left hand, on my left, and then we'll come to the speaker in the middle, to the participant. Proceed. Where's the mic coming? Oh, okay.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I just wanted to ask around, I never heard it clearly for us speaking about the male-deal relations of women. We're talking about women emancipation. So
sorry, that was a little soft. Can you just repeat that question?
Yeah. I haven't heard our speakers talking about the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships, which is part of our patriarchal systems and culture. At the end, I heard our speaker now speaking about how the inconsistencies are when we come to cultural practices. So I'm looking at how the relationship of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law coexists. How can we sever the situations whereby mother-in-law does not initiate the daughter-in-law practically into the cultures of the family.
Okay, thank you. It's okay.
Where was it?
The beige jersey.
Thank you very much. From the speakers, they have emphasized on how over 3 decades, African women keep advocating for legal and regulatory frameworks that support and promote women empowerment at the national and regional level, ensuring that the empowerment plan for African women are equitable to break the cycle of poverty, hunger, unemployment, inequality, and teenage pregnancy. Now, my question is, with all the support from the institutions, what is the challenge? Is it a systemic or a policy challenge. And what is the research and the institution doing in line with the typologies of support that the African women need? Because the last speaker was saying that in all of the poverty, education, gender violence, we still have a black space. So what are the type of support that African women need? Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Can we just have the two?
Two more, yeah.
No, just the two questions. I've got 5. You've got 3 minutes to answer, colleagues. Sorry.
She was first. Please just let her ask her question.
We've got 3 minutes to answer, please.
Okay. Sorry, Mama.
Thank you very much. With regards to the last question, I think I had what is required is the robust implementation of these policies and legislation. We have them, they are in place, but implementation is what is lagging. So that is the key. With regards to the mother-in-law, the daughter-in-law relationship, I think it has to do with my last comment that, you know, some of these practices, it's what we are encouraging at a family level. And, you know, if we are to address these issues, much as we have the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence, which has got different pillars that looks at, you know, addressing issues affecting women, it has to start at a family level. How you are introduced, and also what is the role that the partner plays in that space, because I don't believe my mother-in-law would be doing that whilst the other partner is observing. So how then do you relate internally as a unit, as a family unit, at a societal level, which then erupts to ultimately a broader community level? I think that's what I can say, given the constraint in terms of time. But it's very, very much relevant, and I would really, if there was time, I would really talk much about it as to how then it also boils into what the first speaker was saying in terms of, you know, trying to survive, trying to normalize this that hurts you so much, but you tend to make it to be normal and live with. Thank you.
Okay. Do you have anything that you wanted to? Okay. I think that our program director is going to give us a hard time if we don't end now. So for the questions, we only have 2 people, and I'm going to thank that speaker at the back for highlighting the relationship between our indigenous practices and our indigenous cultural norms and the perpetuation of patriarchy as something that we need to investigate. So he's giving you he's got it. Okay. All right, thank you so much to speakers, to the conveners, to Virginia for working so hard all the time, to ICT for giving us such a smooth technical panel, and we hope that you'll stay engaged in your research and in the symposium. Thank you so much, and the gifts will be given now?
Yeah, they can just line up all in front, take a picture first, I'll bring it.
Okay. We take a picture first.
Thank you. The panelists can just quickly line up here with your chair. We'll take a quick photo, and then I'll bring you your gifts. Right, thank you very much to our chair, Professor Miller, and thank you for allowing me to keep to time so that we can get on to our next part of our program. So we're moving from our parallel session. I think we've now had 8 of them in total, And we now move into our next keynote address. And it's now my privilege to introduce to you Dr. Morne Mostert, who's the Commissioner of the National Planning Commission in the Presidency. Dr. Mostert is widely recognized for his work in futures thinking, complexity science, and strategic foresight. So ladies and gents, your hands in mine for the one, the only, Dr. Morne Mostert.
Thank you for that lovely introduction. Colleagues, good morning, good morning, good morning. It's a wonderful privilege for me to be here at this fine institution, which gives access and opportunity for leading research here in the SADC and indeed sub-Saharan African region. It's a tremendous privilege to be with you, and I appreciate the warm welcome. I'm going to ask our program director to make sure my thoughts are on the presentation, if that's possible. And I use that word thoughts very deliberately, because colleagues, that is the world that I work in. I have listened to the previous speakers, including the ambassador, with great interest, and of course I've realized what an enormous amount I have to learn about social dynamics and the emotional domain. My ignorance is vast on that subject. My curiosity, dear colleagues, is in the mind. I'm interested in how we think about our problems. So while the previous speakers have recognized your emotions, I shall do no such thing. And this is based on the belief that one cannot feel oneself out of a problem. One can only think oneself out of a problem. And so it is for this reason, and with the liberty afforded to me from the invitation, that I would like to entitle my presentation to you this morning, Is it time for thinking to make a comeback? Is it time for thinking to make a comeback? Yes, and I would think much more clearly were I able to see my own thoughts reflected on the screen. If you'll allow just a moment for us to call it up. There we are. It's, I'm not sure if that's in fact mine. Looks like mine. Colleagues, if you just give us just a moment. Ah, here we go. We're getting closer to the truth. That would be great. Yes, thank you so much. That's wonderful. Can we see it on the screen? There we are. There we are, colleagues. Thank you so much for your dedication and your patience. So yes, my thought to you today is it time for thinking to make a comeback? And I will be borrowing heavily. Based mainly on my own ego, from my most recent publication. This book, entitled Executive Futures, The Mindsets, the Methods, and the Madness of Becoming a 21st Century Executive. I refer to this as madness because this is how I spend my life. I work mainly in Europe, in the Middle East, and across 14 or 15 African countries. And I work mainly with top-level management, typically in large organizations. And I do that work because the more senior people become, the more impactful their decisions become. And I want to ask you, what is your reflection on the quality of thinking in large organizations? Do you observe that the problem we face today, ladies and gentlemen, is the thinking is just too good? It's just too considerate. It's just too sensitive of the society, the ecology, and the longer-term future of following generations. Or perhaps like me, you think that the mind of an executive resembles something more like my laptop. 17 windows are open at the same time. 4 are frozen. And no one knows where the music is coming from. It is this subject, then, dear colleagues, that I have the privilege of sharing with you. Given our time, I'll go briefly over where the book has appeared and been launched around the world, including here at Vlerick in Belgium. We launched it here in Pennsylvania, an international launch with the International Speakers Bureau. This was in Amsterdam, that's Johannesburg, that was Dubai, in the cigar room, which I highly recommend. That was at the lovely Churchill Hyatt in London, and a few other places. That was Amsterdam at the world's largest law firm. It's been rather well received. The UNESCO Chair in Future Studies says, we understand the emerging future with new eyes, and I'm grateful for his view. So let me move rapidly along. I have to say, I think this might be the last book ever published. For the young people, in the old days, this is how we produced information, in something called a book. It was tangible, slices of a tree containing text. This is how we did it. And so I was a bit nervous about whether the book would sell, especially with a title like this, and so I did approach the publishers with alternative titles, and here was my leading contender, 50 Shades of Executive Futures. The publishers decided against it. So colleagues, I'm going to be with you thinking about thinking, which is a rather odd thing to do for a living. For one thing, it's very difficult to get a promotion. My mother struggles to understand what it is I exactly do. I'm not quite clear myself, but I know that it's an important focus area because those who make decisions impact the world, and the quality of those decisions matter. Fortunately, we're at a fine university, but even that nature of education can be contested, indeed, as it was by Oscar Wilde, who famously said, fortunately, my education has had no impact on me whatsoever. He says that for a reason, because he questions whether we're educating ourselves on the right things. So with all the importance of thinking, when was the last time you attended a class on thinking? And if you didn't, I'm sure you have it in your Outlook diary at least once a week, 2 to 4. Thinking. And when the boss phones and says, what are you guys doing down there? You say, well, boss, we're thinking. And the boss says, well, what are you thinking about? You say, well, boss, we're thinking about our thinking. The boss says, well, I'm glad you're working down there. Keep it up. Let's imagine you don't have it. Let me ask you this. Where are your decisions coming from? If not from your thinking. Is it any surprise then that so many large organizations are simply habitual in the way that they think? Is it any surprise then that we see very little change, very slow change, certainly not the kind of change that we need to see for the kind of society we are in here as we get to the first year of the second quarter of the 21st century? But our thinking, to some degree, runs the risk of being usurped by an artificial version of this thinking, known, of course, to us as a form of intelligence which we might describe as artificial. Artificial intelligence, which I think is a perfect description of the kind of intelligence we now confront. The artificial version. So you can see, dear learned colleagues, my curiosity is in the natural form of that intelligence. I open my book with the assertion as follows, that most executives know more about how to use ChatGPT than they know about their own forms of intellectual processing. If you give most executives around the world 2 sheets of paper, you say on this sheet of paper, write something about how to use ChatGPT, on this sheet of paper, explain your own intellectual processing to me. Which one do you think people will answer more easily? Shockingly, the first. So I wonder, as we are here at the birth of the artificial version of intelligence, that we may not also be simultaneously be at the rebirth of the investigation of natural intelligence. And the battle is on. The battle is on. And it becomes a really interesting fight when you consider the alternatives. For example, how often do we consider artificial stupidity? Those questions that the artificial intelligence simply cannot handle, cannot help with. But do we have a meaningful alternative to artificial intelligence and artificial stupidity? Or is the only real alternative to artificial intelligence natural stupidity? We have at least 4 quadrants there, which I present to you as a classical consultant. So we are thinking, and of course I'm arguing, colleagues, to think or not to think. That really is the question. I think you will concur it is a decent question. It is perhaps useful to distinguish here between the brain and the mind. The brain is the architecture, and there has been much done on the study of the architecture of the brain. But the brain is not the mind. The mind is an emerging property of the brain. People don't think with their brains, for example. We think holistically as organisms. The brain is simply the architecture, the infrastructure. In the same way that the driving is not the car, the thinking is not the brain. And therefore, studying the car almost never produces better driving. In the same way that studying the brain is unlikely to improve anyone's thinking. I mentioned the mindsets, the methods, and the madness of becoming a 21st century executive because of what we're now describing as cognitive load. I do not blame senior executives in large global organizations because the load they face is astronomical. Consider your own behavior at this very moment. Most of you are exhibiting what Linda Stone refers to as continuous partial attention. Continuous partial attention. You're in the session, you're pretending to listen to my erudite words, but in reality, you have a device running, don't you? At least one. But probably more than one. And you're treating me like the radio in the background, which perhaps I deserve. The subtitle of the book refers to the notion of quantum, as we are also about to enter a very significant era in quantum computing. I was curious about how this relates to the mind. And so, with apologies to the quantum physicists in the room, just metaphorically, I refer here to the overwhelming number in quantum possibilities, the notion of superposition in quantum science, that things appear to be true even if they're opposing. There is peace, but there is war. There is wealth, but there is poverty. There is health, but there is a lack thereof. There is natural intelligence, but there is natural stupidity. The degree of uncertainty in the quantum world certainly seems to resemble the way most executives make decisions, and then the idea of simultaneity. Simultaneity, that some flourish while others suffer, and the social examples are countless. And then entanglement. Entanglement. The idea that what happens in Ukraine somehow affects agriculture in South Africa. Entanglement over a distance. Thinking, making decisions in a world like this is far beyond the mental models of the first and second industrial revolution characterized by classical analysis, where the dominant metaphor was the machine. That was our great discovery in the first and second industrial revolution, the machine. And one of the mistakes we made as a society is to view that machine as the dominant model for how humans should be behaving. In fact, even 250 years later, if someone is remarkable at something, we might say, that guy is a machine. As if that is somehow a compliment. We extend the machine metaphor, for example, to include phrases like drilling down into a problem. Put your hands up if you're a master driller. At least one world leader wants to drill, baby, drill. The machine still dominates, I argue, colleagues, the way our minds operate. In fact, if a team works well, we say that team works like a well-oiled machine. And let us make sure not to put a spanner in the works. The mental model remains the machine when the reality no longer reflects the world of the machine. I love the movies, and in fact most of the chapters in the book are named after movies. And the reason I love the movies is that in my science of decision-making, including futures decision-making, in futures the word scenario in fact emerged from the word from the movies, a scene in which many characters are always present and subversive tensions are always there. So included in the chapters in the book, for example, you might find Dr. Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. Perhaps you felt that way yourself. Everything, everywhere, all at once. There's the simultaneity. The Silver Linings Playbook, The Imitation Game, Into the Woods, Guardians of the Galaxy, and so it continues. And then I got a little bit carried away because I spent most of my life on an aeroplane, and I imagined my own book winning an Oscar. One may dream. I've already highlighted my opening gambit of the book, and of course it is important to reflect on behavior, and as we heard from the ambassador and others this morning, to reflect on the affect. But just to remind you, my interest is in the intellect. And I would encourage you to consider your own path of intellectual development. It's based on what we call the 4 overall competencies for executives, where of course you need technical competence, of course you need relational competence, there will always be other humans. But in addition to that, you need an intellectual competence and a contextual competence in order to deal with the challenges we face today. The logic is something like this. You currently have a set of results. Academic results, financial results, status, health results, power results, influence results, reputational results, whatever you might wish. It's easy to see how that emerges from behavior. Change the behavior and the results will change. But why behave in that way in the first place? Well, I would argue we make decisions both consciously and unconsciously and subconsciously. Why make decisions like that? I argue, colleagues, because of the way we think. Why think that way? Because we think of the world in a certain way, something we might call philosophy. And I've done some work with colleagues to develop an index of philosophy to help senior executives around the world understand why they think, in fact, the way that they do. Of course, this is influenced by emotion. I've already expressed my ignorance on the subject. And our schema. Of course, everything that shapes us, where we were born, the religion that we were born into, the families, the uncles and aunts, the teachers, and so on. So I would encourage you, colleagues, as you embark on solving the problems of the world at this fine institution, that you differentiate between sense-making and sense-taking. Sense-taking is simply absorbing the dominant narrative, reporting most of what you've heard as if it is somehow your original work. Fortunately, the higher education sector in this country, despite some of its challenges, remains vibrant, with scholars among the best in the world. Those not only taking sense, but in fact making sense for themselves. And then, buoyed by the idea of creative thinking, also featuring in my bouquet of work around the world, I identified a few alternatives in addition to sense-taking. There is the experience we've all had of suffering the consequence of engaging with a rather low intellect. They do walk among us. None of them in this room, of course. But it is something that I have described as sense-aching. In addition to which, there are those who claim to know how the world works, everything from typhoons to global economics and tariffs, which I shall describe as sense-faking. Some of us only read the headlines. Only read the headlines in the same way that we might clear the leaves off a lawn in autumn. Just the headlines, which I've described as sense-raking. Sometimes we put it all together in confusing ways. I've described that as sense-caking, caking it all together. Occasionally, to be truly creative, it is incumbent upon us as those in the higher education sector, researchers, scholars, and students, to make sure that there is occasional sense-breaking. That the sense that we're taking no longer makes sense. And sometimes that the wrong sense should stop its momentum. I've called that sense-breaking. As we emerge into a newer realization, we might refer to that as sense-waking. As it incubates in our mind, as I'm hoping my talk does today, you might call that sense-baking. I've only got 17 more of these, not to worry. I'll conclude on the last two. In higher education, dear colleagues, we must be intellectually bold and engage in what we might call sense-staking. To propose, as they say in France, the force de la proposition, the power of recommending. Of course, with the commensurate emotional intelligence to know that the vast majority of your recommendations will be rejected, but that is nonetheless part of the contribution process. And that enables us finally to engage in sense-making. Why study the mind as a futurist? Well, I'm buoyed by Churchill, who also lived in war times as we do today, who said the empires of the future are in fact the empires of the mind. The mind, I'm arguing, shapes the decisions of decision makers. What is the nature of their minds? What happens there? Of course, mindset is something I hear about all the time. I'm sure you yourself have been engaged in large sessions like these, where some senior person in the front of the room will say, it's all about mindset. Everyone nods in agreement, and I always like to sidle up to someone during coffee and say, what do you think that means? And normally the response is, it's very important, you know. But do you have a sense of what it's regarding? They say, well, it's a really serious issue that we must address. Occasionally, they will throw at you in the same context the word paradigm. It's really about a paradigm. My experience around the world is that the only contribution most people can make to the word paradigm is that somehow it requires a shift. We're not sure in which direction, from where, to where, but we know that it must be shifting. So on my reflections on the subject, of course we can accept that the human mind is complex, that the human cannot be boxed. We know this, that you think about your own mindset and that has limitations, that of course your own philosophy is fluid and contextual. It depends, does it not? And like all behavior, it forms patterns. But I'm arguing for mind intelligence, for a world in flux. A world in flux, which we all discuss, very few of us study. So mindset, I'm arguing, can be thought of mindset as a set, in the sense that one can set the mind, calibrate the mind. And we can ask ourselves, those who make decisions in large institutions in the world, at what level are their minds set? One might think of mindset as embracing a set of ideas, that every idea that we can conceive of immediately arrives with other ideas attached. I can say any word and a number of ideas would come to mind. Bosadi, womanism, feminism, technology, and a number of ideas would immediately arise. One might think of mindset as simply the idea that, and of course this is dangerous, that the mind has set, like cement, not really the fluidity we need. And then, of course, that you can set your attention with your mind. Some of you will recall the famous song that I have my mind set on you. The mind is a curious thing. In research, we often study distinctions such as these, where everyone thinks they're contributing enormously to the progress of the world, but in reality only a few do. It is incumbent upon us, dear colleagues, to study the patterns. They can be hard to find. But what are those thinking patterns, those intellectual patterns? You need a bit of distance to arrive at those patterns. And when you get that distance, sometimes the patterns become more clear. It's been my work to try to figure out what are those fractals of the mind. Could we identify those patterns that repeat again and again, some of them functional, some of them utterly destructive? This is not to suggest that there is some kind of perfect mindset for the time we're in, but we need to explore at least the degree of compatibility and complementarity that our minds might have to our epoch. And when there is this incompatibility and lack of complementarity between our minds, our thinking on the one hand, and our epoch on the other, I think it's time for thinking to make that comeback after all. When I do this work with leaders around the world, it often takes the form of a curriculum, something like this, that we must establish an environment in which thinking is in fact valued. And I would argue that some large organizations have, in fact, an anti-intellectual agenda, not a-intellectual, anti-intellectual, that the intellect is something that's simply not welcome. In addition to that, the possibility of building a thinking ecosystem at various levels, both at, let's say, a sector level such as higher education, but also an individual level, your own thinking ecosystem. Are you surrounding yourself with thinkers at the right level? Well, you're here today. That's a good start. Then some methodologies on thinking, including analytical thinking, which we should have learned by now since the first and second industrial revolution, but some can still benefit from more reading on the subject. As one antithesis of analytical thinking, systemic thinking or systems thinking, a much more holistic approach to how we can solve problems. Then strategic thinking, a question we were all asked at the interview. Program director, do you consider yourself a strategic thinker? Oh yes, of course, needless to say. The interviewer has no idea what it means. The program director is thinking about it. I help various leaders around the world at supposedly extraordinarily senior levels who have a surprisingly low appreciation of what it might mean to be strategic as opposed to tactical. In addition to these modalities, design thinking, which I think has become very popular among many, then creative thinking, effectual thinking, the way that entrepreneurs think, the way that they start to shape the world around us in highly original ways, futures thinking, one of my personal favorites, computational thinking, I think becoming increasingly important in the era we're in with the artificial version of intelligence I've highlighted, and directional thinking. Let me spend perhaps a moment or two on directional thinking. Directional thinking. In that sense-making process, I think it is important for us as scholars, students, researchers, and practitioners to reflect on what we read. Of course, reading has come under enormous pressure. What's the point of Instagram headlines after all if I have to read the whole thing? So yes, of course we have to consume the text, but we all know that the text is not enough. For true sense-making, we need to understand what is with the text, the context. But reading one text only is hardly sufficient in the complexity we face today. We need some sense of the intertext. What is the connectedness between these various texts? With great caution, of course, for the pretext, that which is presented to us as the main rationale for the text, whereas in fact the true rationale is found in the subtext. So colleagues, let me delve more deeply for just a moment into the notion of directional thinking. I've reflected here on the idea of the word ward in the English language, which I think is a beautiful word, and it's most typically found in language such as the psych ward, which is where I think many senior executives are soon arriving. And of course that's not sufficient, because we don't want them all to be locked up and straitjacketed. So let's briefly have a look at what our language tells us about the ward when it comes to warding off creative lethargy and a lack of kind of direction in our institutions as they express themselves around the world. Well, here's a danger, isn't it? Backward. Perhaps you've been involved recently in a project often referred to in the corporate environment as a back to basics program. Back to basics. I'm familiar with several SOEs, the country will remain unnamed, where most of these SOEs have run at least 10 back to basics program. Why is it doomed to fail from the view of a futurist? Well, where would we like to go? The future. What shall we call the program? Back. What would we like? Creativity and innovation. What shall we call the program? Basics. It's unlikely to be successful, isn't it? I know those of you enamored of the past have some challenge of what I'm presenting to you here, but not only am I ignorant about emotions, dear colleagues, the past also remains a mystery to me. I have little knowledge, nor do I have much curiosity therein, because the only thing that remains is the future. That is all we have left. In addition to backward, many of us are encouraged to move inward. You may have heard some of my colleagues at business schools encouraging the idea that you must look inside yourself. Colleagues, I highly discourage this practice. Do not look inside yourself. Unless you are suffering a terrible intestinal medical emergency, it is a bad idea. The reason it is a bad idea for strategists and futurists is that's not where the change will come from. Now I know some of you have been told by my misguided fellow business scholars that the change starts with you. Well, there's very little scientific evidence for this, isn't there? Let me give you a simple multiple choice question. You have to choose simply from A or B. I will offer you two options. Choose from A or B. Are you ready? Yeah. This is a university. Let there be some assessment. Choose from A or B. From which one of the following two options is it most likely to start? Option A, you. Option B, any one of the other 8.4 billion. Which one is more probable? Now, I know your mother told you you're special. But it's a simple matter of mathematical probability, which is why the disruption almost always comes from the outside. Those of you old enough will remember an advert that helped us to understand this. It There was an advert in the 1980s. Electricity supply was unreliable. Some things don't change. And a large multinational said, we have a plan. We can sell baby powder to adults and they can put it in their coffee. And there was an advert for the consumer education to help them understand that this milk should not be held in the fridge. Some of you will remember the advert. There was a man at the fridge. He was looking for the milk. He had a rather low intellect, wouldn't follow this presentation. How did we know this? He was quick to anger, often a sign of a low intellect, no sense of humor whatsoever. Also, he continues to search for the milk within a 1 cubic meter. He proceeds on the same basis. He thinks looking in the same place harder, that's the answer. He gets more and more frustrated. He runs out of strategies, has no creativity, eventually gives up his search, consults the consultant in the bedroom. He publishes his concern. He says, I'm unable to find the milk. You can hear from her tone of voice, she's realizing in that moment, I have married below myself. The whole thing ends in divorce. They don't show the whole movie. They just show this one scene where she says, listen, you idiot, it's not inside. Even when he hears the instruction, he grapples with it. His mind struggles to process this simple instruction. It must be inside, surely. Eventually he surrenders. It's not inside. It's not inside. Inside is dangerous because you start to look and feel special. And that means dysfunctional behavior starts to be defended on the grounds that you're different. We call that strategic exceptionalism. It is a risk for higher education as much as it is a risk for our country, as much as it is a risk for us individuals. Let me wrap up. I've got 3 minutes to go. Here's another risk, downward. Analysts are always concerned with thinking downward. Yeah? You've seen people like this, you work with them, they talk like this, their hands go like this. What are they talking about? They want to get down to business. Somehow down is the answer for them. Why is down the answer? Well, because they're trying to get to the bottom of it. That's where the answer lies. What will we do when we get to the bottom? Well, we'll unpack it. No one knows who packed it. It always seems to arrive pre-packed. Why do we want to unpack it? Well, obviously, we want to get on the same page, don't we? No one knows who wrote the book or how many pages there are, but it's the same page we want to arrive at. Downward is dangerous. When you combine backward, inward, and downward, it tells you where you're going. You're going backward, inward, and downward. So how about onward? There's some momentum. How about outward? The future is already here. It's outside of ourselves, already happening. It's just not evenly distributed. What about upward? Can we think at higher order levels of cognition? And then, of course, forward. The only thing that remains. Let us make sure that we move toward those solutions at the mercy of our intellect. And if you're really creative, perhaps explore being a little bit wayward. When you do that, you will have the experience of being ever so slightly awkward. But these are your only options for the true intellectual. Otherwise, you are intellectually a coward. But if you explore these options, yours is a tremendous intellectual reward. Dear colleagues, it's been an absolute treat spending time with you. You've been wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mostert. I don't know, you took me on a journey. I don't know where you took the rest of us. But I'm sure that as we break for some refreshments, there will be lots for us to think about, lots for us to talk about. Sense-making versus sense-taking. Collaboration versus cooperation, because often cooperation sits in compliance. We need to create moments to think, and once we have those moments, we need to think some more. It's good to sometimes be awkward, because that maybe suggests that you are directional in your thinking. I was actually sitting here and thinking about this name, catalytic. Because a catalyst is something that speeds stuff up, but they don't participate and they are not changed by the process. So what does that mean for what we're trying to do as we impact? So thank you for your time. I do know that you need to rush. I just have a small token of appreciation, and I will bring your stick as well. So ladies and gents, it's time for us to take a well-deserved break, refreshment break. And according to my program, we'll be back here at 12:15. So thanks again. Let's give another round of applause to our speaker, Dr. Moster.
But you're coming to fetch it again. Oh.
Switch that.
Were you in the example? Okay. I just want to take a nice picture. A nice picture for me. Let me take this man. Speaker. My wife might see there. Is it fine? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Another interview.
Yes. Thank you.
I have no idea. No, I'm just taking a picture.
Yeah, fine.
It's fine. Okay.
Session in the sense that we have the last two areas that we need to tap into or debate and discuss. The one, of course, deals with student support and co-curricular activities. And then the other one is on natural sciences, biotechnology studies. And if you are interested in that second one, then I invite you now to go to the exam hall because that is hosted at Florida and that will be streamed into that venue. So here we are looking at student support and co-curricular activities, and it's my pleasure to invite and to hand over really the podium to the session chair, who is Professor Veronica McKay, a distinguished professor from the College of Education. So Prof, the session is yours.
Okay, afternoon everyone. Greetings and thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm Veronica McKay. I'm from the College of Education, where I'm a distinguished professor. And it's my privilege to welcome all of you here for the afternoon session. I'm going to start by acknowledging my home college and my dean, Prof. Makwe, and I'll put my scarf on now. and greetings to all of those that are participating online. Over the past 2 days, we've traveled a remarkable distance from the depths of our oceans in marine studies to the frontiers of space in the square kilometer array to the precision of engineering that keeps our aircraft flying safely. And each of these fields, colleagues, across all the niche areas, represents a great profession in its own right. Each one is built on decades of specialized knowledge. But each of them raises some underlying questions. Where will the people who will sustain these professions come from, and how do we make sure that we get there? So these are the questions of today's panel, and our panel will be interrogating them. I have two locally, whom I'll introduce to you, and I have two international speakers. They're both from Paris in the hot summer, Dr. Shafika Isaacs from UNESCO, and Mr. Mick Chisholm, who's from the OECD. And they will be addressing us from Paris, and I'll introduce them later. So our panel will be focusing on student support, and we've shifted it considerably from what we as academics know. And our argument today is that student support isn't a side conversation to marine science or astronomy or teacher engineering. It is what makes all of these professions possible. No oceanographer, astronomer, teacher, or engineer arrives at their work fully formed. Somewhere, a university has prepared them not only to master the discipline, but to enter the world of work with knowledge and skills and confidence to thrive. So today's theme, it's called From Learning to Earning, asks important questions, and our speakers will be responding to them. How do we ensure that learning leads to earning, while preparing graduates to continue learning throughout their lives, because we do have a focus on lifelong learning. Traditionally, our success as universities was measured largely, was measured largely at the point of graduation. Did the students pass? How many graduated? And while these measures do remain important, they're no longer enough. There is a social contract around higher education, and this has changed. For students and their families, a university is a significant investment, and they expect that investment to open doors to meaningful employment and lifelong opportunity. Employability has become an important measure of university quality. Graduate outcomes now sit alongside research excellence and student success. And so this is another dimension. And this places a significant responsibility on all of us here as educators. When employers tell us our graduates lack certain skills, that's direct feedback to us on our curricula. It isn't someone else's problem to solve. It's our problem to address through the way we design our programs and support learning. And artificial intelligence has made this very difficult for us, and a much more urgent imperative. So what a student learns in first year may already be outdated by the time that student graduates. And our task is no longer to simply transfer knowledge, it's to develop graduates who can continue learning, adapting, and creating value throughout their careers. So, in addition to that, and I'm speaking here to Unisa in particular, but globally, there is an important equity dimension. Graduates from well-resourced backgrounds often have, and we talk about cultural capital and social capital, they often have networks and family support that opens doors. And those without advantages rely on the institution to bridge that gap between learning and opportunity. So for Unisa, this is not a new conversation. It reflects Unisa's long-standing commitment to widening education opportunity and to ensuring that learning translates to livelihoods for everyone, not only those who already have advantages. So we're going to embark on our discussion now, whether the student is destined for a research vessel, a radio telescope, a classroom, or the factory floor. The question is the same. How do we prepare graduates, not only to find work, but to flourish in the world where the world of work is changing in itself? So to help us explore this question, I have put together quite a solid panel representing international organizations, government, and industry. I'm going to just briefly mention Professor Isaacs from UNESCO. We'll be kicking off with her, and I'll introduce her shortly. Dr. Mick Chisholm from the OECD will be talking, and I will start with those two speakers. And then our two local, Dr. Sibuyawa from the Department of Labor, a registered psychologist, and I will introduce her later, as I will Mr. Ronnie Muladzi, who is a dynamic young speaker, and I think the students will find him particularly relatable. So let me start by introducing Professor Shafika Isaacs, and I'm hoping that we can have Shafika on the screen already. Colleagues, if you can, at the back, if you can help me. While they're getting ready, Dr. Shafika Isaacs, or Professor Shafika Isaacs, she's a professor of practice also at UJ, is the chief of the section for technology and AI, and AI in education at UNESCO in Paris. For more than 2 decades, she's been in the forefront of digital learning, helping governments and international organizations and education systems really across the world to harness technologies in ways that are ethical, equitable, and centered on human learning. She's played a leading role in UNESCO's work on AI in education, including the AI competency framework for teachers, and she'll be speaking on AI, human agency, and future skills. So I hope that you're there, Prof. Shafika, if she can please put her video on. And I'm relying on colleagues at the back. Okay.
Are you able to hear me? I'm available. I'm not sure, am I visible and audible?
Shafika, no, you're audible.
Yes, so
you can put your camera on, if you can please put your camera on, and then you'll be visible.
But not visible, actually. My camera is on, I've switched it off and I'm switching it on again. So my camera is on.
Okay, the ICT team.
I think if it's not working, we can just proceed on that basis. My camera is on, it doesn't seem to be working.
Yeah, I can see.
And I'm also just going to check if my slides are visible.
I don't see a slide.
Just checking.
Not yet, Shafika.
My slides are visible at least.
I'm looking at our IT people at the back of the hall. IT, and that was what we were hoping to test over lunch. And and Prof. Isaac's not like me, she's highly, there we are, they're up. So you can go to slideshow, Shafika.
Okay, cool.
It is a pity that we can't see you alongside.
Yes.
Okay.
So, you know, that's quite all right. That's quite all right. Happy to proceed on this basis. These things happen, and I think it's often a test of our resilience on how we respond when things don't work, especially with technologies. So, quite all right. May I proceed?
You may begin. Thank you so much, Shafika.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Prof. Mackay, and thank you especially to Unisa It really is an honor to be speaking. I've heard some familiar names in the audience, and it's wonderful to be speaking to representatives of an African university as someone who also comes from the soil. And at some levels, it's also a little bit strange speaking at a distance and online to a community that I'm also really honored to be here. And what I'm hoping to do is to offer a UNESCO perspective in the context of our focus in our work on engaging with national systems. So we operate and engage with our member states and leaders, decision makers, policy makers at a system level. And much of the way we engage with the issues related to technologies education speak to what we can do at a system level as well as at an institutional level. And so what I'm going to be speaking more about is what do our systems and our institutions need to do to prepare students for a changing world, especially a world that is increasingly infused by rapid technological change, including artificial intelligence. And one of the things that struck me is that there are many projections about job losses, technological unemployment. Many analyses have come on stream. And also I found in South Africa that there are references to, projections around technological jobs that could be in the pipeline. And these projections are often produced by companies that have invested in technological infrastructure. So I see that came to mind, that has been part of the national discourse in South Africa in the speech of the president earlier this year. But what strikes me, and this is also where UNESCO is coming from, is that much of the metrics, much of the projections around the skills pipeline, the skills certainly in the AI space, and the projections of the jobs that are coming on stream are available, and that despite a number of institutions like Unisa, the HSRC, UJ, and a number of academic institutions engaged in research around this trend, what is evident is that much of the projections that are certainly coming from the corporate space, that there is no public assessment by a public authority, that there isn't in fact that I could pin down a public authority that is monitoring and engaging with how the labor markets in South Africa, across the African continent, is shifting under the influence of AI and engaging with the projections that certainly corporate researchers are making available in the discourse. And nor are the authorities that are evaluating these studies that are influencing our narratives, our perceptions, our understanding, and the way we engage with what we believe is emerging. And this is central to the positioning that UNESCO, along with OECD and a number of our partners across the world, have been engaged with over the last few weeks, particularly at the level of exploring the kind of governance arrangements that are needed by our institutions and by our national and global systems to engage with this tsunami of technological change and diffusion that is largely driven by commercial imperatives. I am going to refer to a study, this study later on, but I thought it might be opportune for me to raise now, and that is the International Independent Scientific Panel on AI that was established by the United Nations. Have produced a preliminary report, which some of you may have seen, and they also highlight this point that what we have is large-scale uptake at such a rapid pace in our systems, so much so that our institutions and our national systems are being outpaced in terms of being able to govern this change. And that is quite an instructive point in the context of us also preparing our students for the fast-changing world. What I wanted to highlight, therefore, are dimensions that will demand our attention at an institutional and at a system level. The one is, and it's something that Professor Marwala just raised last week about, that we cannot govern, we cannot reclaim our agency, we cannot engage with this technological shifts that are taking place if we do not understand them. And we are finding that this, in the requests to UNESCO, most of our member state institutional leaders, the quest is to develop a collective sense-making and understanding, also with a degree of intellectual humility, and recognition of our collective ignorance as well, that we need to understand the complexity of these technological shifts that are currently underway. And a lot of the discourse is informed lately by the rapid advancement of the capabilities of frontier AI models at such a rapid pace. Just last week, a new frontier model dropped onto the market, Kimi K3, with capabilities that far outstrips prevailing frontier models. And the capabilities relate to different benchmarks that have been established to determine the reasoning capabilities of these frontier models. And by a number of the current benchmarks, that what we are seeing is an advancement at such a pace that it outstrips human capability. And there are a number of benchmarks in education that have been used, and the OECD has also done something similar in comparing, an AI doing a PISA test, engaging in the math Olympiad, and it seems to be that the trend is that the capabilities are advancing at such a rapid pace that it is outstripping human expertise on a number of the benchmarks that are used to test these. And it has profound implications then as to how the architecture and the machinations of these frontier models, their diffusion into our systems, and what the implications are with for how we learn and teach, how we assess, how we design our curriculum, and how we prepare learners for the world, for the future. One of the striking aspects that we have found as UNESCO, and it is borne out also by studies that have been done by the OECD and the Brookings Institution and others, is that what makes this but one of the dimensions that is less spoken about and it's less studied is the fact that for the first time we have projects that penetrating the educational core, the instructional core of our educational system, the institutional architectures, the pedagogical architectures of our education systems. We know that commercial systems have historically been engaged with our education systems. You know, we've bought textbooks and desks and at the margins where commercial influence in our education systems have rapid evolution of AI ecosystems. We are seeing almost the capture of projects. Also, one of the findings of the preliminary report of the scientific panel of the UN, and that speaks to how our institution engage with the way we respond at the governance level and also at the pedagogical level, which is the second shift that I wanted to highlight. That along with understanding the machinations of the technologies and how we can reclaim human capability, the context of the AI being more of an agent and less of a tool, that it is increasingly agentic, autonomous, opaque, unexplainable, that autonomous systems are talking to each other without human intervention, that understanding that dynamic becomes absolutely crucial from the perspective also of how, as human systems in our institutions like universities, we can reclaim our agency institutionally as well as individually, and especially our human agency. So that's the first dimension. The second relates to the shifting pedagogical architectures, which profoundly influences how our students are learning and teaching or not with AI. And this becomes a priority to engage with at an institutional level if we are to prepare our students for the future. We know that many of the studies that have come on stream now, including the 2026 Digital Outlook by the OECD that came out in January, the Brookings Institution study that also came out earlier this year, have made the fact point that the AI models are general purpose technologies. They are not designed for human. They are designed and optimized for measurement. And so increasingly the emerging frontier models are anthropomorphized. It is increasingly human-like. It takes on human-like qualities. It even it expresses uncertainty. But the engagement and interaction can be mistaken for competence, for capability, for acting authoritative knowledge outputs, urges the engagements with these frontier models. That we are seeing study after study showing that there's massive uptake, including across the African continent, of students adopting the use of AI for doing homework, for doing the assignments, even assisting with writing their PhD thesis. And the studies are showing, including I mentioned by the OECD and the Brookings Institution, is that we have seen an increase in performance. If performance is, by that is meant an improvement in test scores and an improvement and in efficiency of, the speed with which homework gets done and assignments get done. But at the same time, while we've seen an improvement in test scores, we've not seen an improvement in learning. And that there are various comparing the use of AI for learning compared to when AI is withdrawn and that there's a decline in performance and articulate. There are many studies that are increasing the cognitive, some refer to cognitive surrender, going through the friction, the productive, the learning process being surrendered. Therefore, in our universities are producing in terms of our capabilities is at risk that our agency, well, even at a level of the teachers, that even professional judgment is being a whole host of various reasons. Also seeing the rise of research slop, knowledge products, contamination of our knowledge corpus, influence of these things. And it for how, as institutions, we need to prioritize, and this, I think we're united with policymakers about paying attention to configuring the assessment systems, and we've been mapping how different institutions have been responding to make logical shifts in prepare students to retain their capability to think critically, to reason, to collaborate, to solve problems. And there are some excellent studies that are stream that demonstrate, encourages use AI and to debate with one another, training students of questioning the AI outputs producers and building assignments and focusing on the learning process more than learning outputs in the design of our assessment systems. And so this becomes quite an important and absolutely pertinent dimension to the preparation work, the readiness that we need to engage with our students in our systems that we are proposing be a priority. The third and final area that I wanted to highlight is that what also finding is about how institutions are responding to prepare students. Take the form of developing policies, AI literacy programs, and so on. But institutional policies are not finding its way into the classroom, are not finding its way in terms of awareness by lecturers and awareness by students of policies that can assist with governing the use of AI, that encourage the critical engagement in the use of AI. And so one of the challenges that we are facing across the African continent and certainly in South Africa as well is an issue that we do not pay sufficient attention to. That while we recognize that AI is developing at such a rapid pace that our institutions are not able to catch up with the pace of uptake, not that our mission is to catch up with technologies, but with the pace of uptake. And the main reason for that often is that many of our institutions are acting or functioning under severe capacity constraints. And the invitation then is, how do we prepare our students? And Prof. Mackay talked about inequality. It's usually the institutions with the least capacity that has to respond to these kinds of issues where students are affected but least able to address the questions of inequality. And so we need to have an honest conversation about addressing institutional incapacity and inertia, and the kinds of strategies that we adopt in preparing our students. And some of the dimensions of these strategies include that where institutions are functioning below, at certain levels of dysfunctionality, that no high-level design will help, but that we work within the spaces of where the system is functional to be able to
Prof?
engage with.
Okay, Prof, if you can wind
yes, my
up.
time's running out. Okay.
Thanks.
Sure. So the main point here is that we are proposing an open engagement around building institutional capacity for governance, including governance around the pedagogical dimensions. Finally, to say that we've developed a competency framework for students. We've now applied this across the world and have learned lots of lessons about the limitations of a framework of this kind that identifies the particular skills and capabilities students need, they're cultivated over time, recognizing that the fundamental dimension of work is to cultivate the agency of students so that they become citizens and co-creators of the techniques. In Africa, in South Africa, there are a number of excellent examples of how students are being roped into the design of small language models in African languages as part of cultivating capability and agency as co-creators, and those are models that I think are quite important for us to consider to massify. Finally, to say we are wide open to engaging in the open conversation around exploring, challenging the public of it and education as a common good in the age of AI, and are engaged with member states and institutions about ensuring how we can reclaim institutional agency, government agency, and through that also inculcate the agency of our students as well. I'm going to stop there and really invite a conversation and critical questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Isaacs. Thank you very much. We will do questions after all the speakers. So thank you. UNESCO helps to shape global policy. Our next speaker, and I'll introduce him, will help us to understand some of the evidence behind. Mick, I hope that your camera is going to be working. Mick Chisholm is the advisor in the Office of the Director for Education Skills at the OECD in Paris. Again, I hope we get a good line this time. His work sits at the intersection of education skills, assessment, and public policy. He's contributed to major international initiatives, including the PISA for schools, and more recently the PISA for vocational education, which is developing the first international assessment of knowledge and skills. He's worked in the OEC department on AI and the future of skills and what this means for education systems. And so I'm going to invite him, Mick, if we can keep an eye on the clock for a 15-minute presentation. Could you upload, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me and see my screen.
Okay, let's just see if we can see you. We're not seeing you, and I'm wondering if that's on our side a problem. Okay, but we can hear you.
So maybe great.
Okay, thanks.
Great.
If we
So I
can
think you
keep
can now
into.
see my presentation.
Thanks. We can see your presentation. Thanks. If we can keep into the 15-minute slot. Thank you, Mick. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you again, everyone, for this invitation. And also, it's really my pleasure and honor to share some knowledge that we have built through our OECD work on particularly skills and what it could have implication on the future of our work as well. And I also thank you very much for Dr. Isaacs for paving such elegantly of all the important elements that we have to take into account in this discussion. So in my presentation, I will touch a little bit on some of the points, but more important is to give you some data and also some framework on thinking what skills might be needed in the future. So I think I will go very quickly on, you may have heard of the OECD. So OECD is an international organization based in Paris. So you can see in the screen, it is our headquarters in Paris. We work on different policies element, and one of these is the education and skills. So in the Directorate of Education and Skills, we work in different areas. Most important is the measuring that I would like to emphasize. So you may have heard of PISA. Maybe not all of you have a concrete idea what it is. So I would like to take 1 minute as a little quiz because I know you have a heavy 2 days. So first of all, what is PISA? So PISA, we measure what real skills students can apply in their real life. And it has been implemented in more than 80 countries. So when you may be interested in asking, well, okay, what does it actually mean when I say PISA, how students or people in general use their knowledge? So when I just first joined the OECD, when I tell people, okay, I worked for the PISA assessment, and people are very well off and confused with the food pizza. So I would, this is a game, okay? Please do not use ChatGPT. Pay to discuss with your peers next. So here is the story. I ordered a 9-inch pizza. After a while, bought 2 5-inch pizza and said, and that I'm getting 1 inch more for. I requested the waiter to call the owner. Yeah, I think you can see my screen, okay?
We are having a technical...
And now, my question for you is, if you were the client, would you accept the 2 5-inch pizzas to get your 9-inch pizza? All right, so now you have 1 minute to discuss with the peers next week. We'll go for the answer. All right. Yes, I cannot see
Nick,
the room,
hello.
so I may
Can hear.
Yeah. Yes. I can hear you.
Oh.
Yeah, so I will ask Professor McKay to do a quick poll on how many people in the room.
Okay, Nick,
the 2 5-inch pieces.
I'm so sorry, we have a problem, a technical problem. We're going to ask you to hold, and maybe we're going to move with one of the locals as IT prepares for you. I'm so sorry, if you could kindly hold. And we will have a local presentation while IT sets up. Because, thank you. Dr. Yawa, would you come? Let me introduce her to you. Come, yeah, you can come over. Colleagues, while we wait, we're having a local presenter, and she's not using slides, which is going to be easy for us. It's Dr. Siboyawa. She's a registered psychologist from the Department of Labor. It's called now the Department of Employment and Labor, and she's really passionate about the transition from learning to earning, and works directly with employers and work seekers every day of her life, helping graduates to navigate the transition from study to employment and connecting employers with the talent they need. She has a lot of experience in career guidance, employment services, and in higher education. She comes with a very unique perspective because she works with the realities of graduates and their employability in a South African context. So over to you, Doctor. And we have a voice of government. I know she'll be quick, and then we'll go back to Paris. Thank you. If you come here. I see. Sorry. You can give her the mic.
Okay, is it?
That's great.
Okay.
After.
All right. Thank you so much for that introduction, Professor Mackay, and thank you for inviting me again to this session. Right. She has already mentioned that I'm from the Department of Employment and Labor. And most people, what they know about the Department of Employment and Labor is Unemployment Insurance Fund. And sorry to disappoint, I'm from a section called the Public Employment Services. So just briefly, perhaps there could be those people who don't know what we are doing there. Basically, we register all work seekers from the ages of 18 upwards, everyone who's looking for the job. And also we try to connect with stakeholders, the employers, because after registering you as the work seeker, we don't want just to grow our database. We try and get employment for you, but we can't do that if there are no employers who come and source from our database free of charge. Any employers here? Or maybe we've got cousins that are employers, so please ask them to come to us and recruit those people and source from us free of charge. We do all the work for you. And also what we do, we've got the section of career of employment counseling, whereby we do offer counseling services to our clients, which are the work seekers. So the employer will come with a spec and say that I need these particular competencies, and we are able to do that. And we use also what is called a culture fit test called SPEAKS to help with the selection. But coming to what I've been asked to do here, the perspective now of the Department of Labor to employment in rapid changing world. Prof said government is here, and I'm like, whoa, Prof. Government is too big, so mine is just a small slice, which is Department of Employment and Labor. I think most of us would recall the report that was provided by Statistics South Africa in the third quarter last year, that was saying that 248,000 vacancies were opened in that quarter, and as such now 360,000 people were employed. But then, as the Department of Labor was saying, even that we clap hands for that information, but systematic unemployment still remains, because most of these vacancies is like more of short-term, not permanent vacancies. So, which led us then to say that there should be perhaps a framework that is being developed so that there is a shift from a short-term employment to long-term employment that is demand-led and that is aligned to the changes that are happening in the world. Fourth industrial revolution, other people they are saying already it's a fifth industrial revolution, to the digital economy, and also a green transition. So last year, a strategy was put in the form of framework, and that is called Integrated Sustainable Employment Framework, which is a five-year plan. And in that, what we're trying to focus on is that we have to lean into demand-led job creation. I told you earlier on that I've got the database of people who are unemployed. When I say demand-led, I mean it like that, because you've got employers who come that they want to recruit. At times, what they want, we don't have, you know. For example, they were wanting the other time what you call drone pilots, and we didn't have, but we tried to register, go to the institutions that offer that. So we want to go to that demand-led job creation, and also, as I said earlier on, that from what Stats South Africa was saying about many people employed, those vacancies is mostly short. It would be, they are reporting on maybe 6 months employment, even week employment, 1 week employment. So we say that there should be then a retention on that. And as the Department of Labor, we are trying, we've got what is called Labor Activation Program. In the Labor Activation Program, we would invite then someone training institutions that would offer the skills that are linked to fourth industrial revolution and train our people. And we're saying that, okay, after you have done that training, of which the department pays the trainer, the person must be able to be employed beyond 12 months. Again, in this strategy, we are saying that labor, of course, as I said, that we are just, we need everyone to be involved so that we can solve this. That means other government departments, private sector, and you academics. Looking at the pathways to get to attack this problem, starting with the professionals that are produced by the universities, by TVET College and so on, we find that there is a challenge in terms of bridging the gap between a qualification and the workplace. We know that South Africa, it produces a lot of qualified people, but the problem is they are not work ready. If I'm talking about my database, I'm talking about people who are qualified. I'm talking about people who've got PhDs. This is the database that I'm talking about, from a worker to a person who has a PhD. So what we are saying then as labor, we have then to try to help these work seekers or these young people to be work ready. How can we do that at this point in time? We've got what you are driving, what is called is a YES program, which means it's a Youth Employment Services. In that, we have managed to partner with different companies in the private sector like Nedbank, Investec, and all other these companies, and they are joining in because they are getting an incentive from the government. So in that, the company must make sure that they take these young people for a period of at least 12 months, so that when one now is making an application, at least one can say that I've got a 1 year work experience. And other than the YES program, also we're partnering with the presidency in what is called the National Pathway Management Network, whereby again the youth they register there, and in that one at least we didn't have that stipulation of 12 months, because not all employers of course can afford this at this point in time. Also, as the Department of Labor, we've got currently what we call a project 10K, of which are recruiting like labor inspectors that are needed. You see what is happening with much too much and so on. So we really need labor inspectors. And from that 10,000 inspectors, they are going to be employed permanently. And what is nice is that most of those candidates, we recruited them from Unisa, which was good. Also, for people to be work ready, I remember I told you about, I spoke about labor activation program. So with that, every training provider that comes to us that says I can train your people, as from last year, we say that the training that you must provide, it should talk to the fourth industrial revolution, digital vibes there, and to green economy. Yes, and yeah, so what we want then from the academics is to really continue with this research on graduate PEPs attributes and link it with the fourth industrial revolution, and also to look at the employer needs alignment. Also, another important pathway is that of artisans. That is also a big one, because what we find is a skills mismatch that is happening. I've got this big database with also engineers that are in my database, but the mines, Oroni and others, they still say that we are short of artisans. So what is the problem there? I remember I heard that the other time that the government was recruiting engineers from Kruger. I'm sorry, from Cuba. Why did I say Kruger? I want to go on holiday. All right, from Cuba. So, and I'm like, but I've got engineers in my database. And then when I make a follow-up, they say, okay, they are short of 1 or 2 competencies to be able to fit what we want. So I'm like saying, then the institutions like Unisa, they can develop programs, just a 6-month program. If one has an aptitude of being an engineer, really, and that person is unemployed, why can't you train that person for 6 months or for a year and does the job? You know, and what was even worse in this case is that Ireland was recruiting engineers from us, and we managed to provide engineers to Ireland. So I'm just trying to emphasize here that perhaps you help us with the recognition of prior learning. Okay, and regarding, I'm about to finish, Prof, the path, another pathway is, of course, the youth with no experience. I think I have touched that the challenge is the first foot in the door, and the Department of Labor specifically is trying then to, with these lab opportunities, they want to ring fence 70%. So if the training is going to be on 200 work seekers, 70% of that should be youth. Yeah, I think I've got a lot here, but let me just conclude by saying, as a call of action, we need you guys to do research on what skills will be industry demand-led in 2030. When you are doing the teaching, embed digital skills and critical reasoning skills. Yes. So, yeah. So the challenge is clear. South Africa has talent, but we are missing the bridge between qualification and workplace. So higher institutions can help us with that. Thank you.
Are you, okay, Paris is saying from time to time they can't hear.
Yeah, but it will be similar problem bi-directional. So.
Okay, so are you ready for them yet? Or should we do the speaker now?
If you can, okay.
Which would you prefer?
If you can do one more.
One local. Okay, Mick in Paris, we're going to do one more local speaker and then we will come to you. And I know you're probably not hearing, I'll send you a WhatsApp. Let me introduce our next speaker so that we don't have too many delays. He should be our final speaker. His name is Mr. Ronnie Mulaudzi, and he's the head of organizational development at Hulaman. He's also an industrial psychologist, and for you young people, he's a proud Unisa alumnus. He's had nearly 2 years of experience in leadership development, talent management, and organizational transformation, and he understands what organizations look for in graduates locally, okay, and what it takes not only to enter the workplace, but to thrive in it. I'm going to call you to the podium, Ronnie, and let's hope that the slides work. And to our colleagues in Paris, if you can please hold 5 for us. Thanks.
All right, good afternoon. Are we all tired? I know it's a graveyard shift, but I hope we're going to have some energy in the room. Thank you very much. Good. I don't see the... Yes, I've got it here. I promise that's not me.
Okay. We are in their hands, colleagues.
Yeah. It's not showing again.
Is it plugged to the screen?
Yeah, duplicate man. You have it. Okay. So sharp on it.
There we are. Great.
All right, I won't be very long, I hope, and I'm going to time myself so that I don't get ahead of myself with the time and become too luxurious with it. I think let me start by thanking the organizers and Unisa for this invitation. It's really a great pleasure and an honor to be a part of this wonderful event, and I'm hoping that it's going to make an impact in your lives and hopefully give you some practical tools from a practitioner's point of view or perspective. And so as Prof. McKay said, I am a practitioner of organizational development and effectiveness. I've got about 2 decades. I know I look young. You could mistake me for a student, but I do have 2 decades of corporate experience, spanning from in manufacturing to consulting. I was in government at some point, and a colleague of Dr. Sibo there. And also I've done FMCG and other sectors. So I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to just talk you through what we've been observing for the last 2 decades as a corporate person, and what we would like to see maybe change in how we approach education and building capability for the world of work. I'm very glad that Dr. Sibu spoke about artisans, because that's the space that I work in, that's the sector I work in. And maybe let me just start by doing a quick poll. How many of you, okay, let me start with this one. How much do you think an artisan earns per annum? Any takers? How much per annum, total cost to company? No? 800,000? 600,000? You know, artisans are considered blue-collar workers. They work on factory floors, shop floors. They can earn up to 1.2 million per year. An artisan is not an engineer. They have matric, they go do a trade, they get trade tested, and we employ them. And they can earn up to that much. How many of you here have considered a career as an artisan? Great, a lady. And to Dr. Sibo's point, do you know that we are a ripe market for international companies to source artisans? Europe, the Middle East, high-paying, tax-free countries sourcing our talent. So when I was hearing her speak, I was saying to myself, she's got a database of engineers, artisans, and other skills. Locally, we seem to have a trust deficit with our own talent. So what is the problem? The international market sees the value of our talent, but we don't see it ourselves. What's the problem? All right, so I forgot this is now linked to the other computer. My job, what I wake up to do every single day, I wake up to go help businesses that I work for build capability that's going to help them achieve their business strategy. And what that capability actually boils down to is the level of talent that they can find. Talent talks to people. You here in the room, those millions of young people that have got qualifications but no employment, that is our human capital. We've invested in it for 12 years in the primary school system. We invest in it for about 8 years in tertiary institutions. We invest in it after they graduate because we still have to train them to make them work ready. And so if you look at it in totality, you've got 20 to 25 years of investment, which is not translating into a return for the country. Surely it's a big problem. So we need to find a way to bridge that gap between learning so that learning translates into earning. I like that slogan, by the way. And so if I reflect on the last 2 decades of my corporate experience, we see all of these young people come join us. Where I work, we've got an engineer in training program. It's 2 years on a fixed term contract. We've got learnerships. We've got a bursary program that we use to fund engineers to study. We have an apprenticeship program where we used to build our pipeline for millwrights, electricians, fitters, turners, mechanicians. How many of you have heard of any of those career paths in this room? But they're there, and they're highly valuable and highly transportable skills across markets. I work for a company that manufactures aluminium. We own the only and the biggest hot rolling mill in sub-Saharan Africa. if I said the name of the company, you probably have never even heard of it. But you wake up to your kitchen to products that we make. You drive in one. You live in a house that's got components of what we produce every single day. Your medication has got a fine foil that we make. The foil that you use for your food, we make. Containers that you use for catering, we make. Builders and architects, how many of you have probably even considered that there is a world of possibility like that, and it sits in Pietermaritzburg, not even in Johannesburg? So I had to relocate after 23 years of living in Joburg to go find this company and find the opportunities that it actually presents. And so we live in a country where we've got so much potential that we haven't even ourselves begun to tap into. And so young people walk through our doors every single year with the hopes and the dreams of what the education system promises them. But weeks into their employment or into their learning program or into their traineeship, we discover that what they have learned hasn't translated or made them ready or prepared for the world of work. And so we spend time, and that's why we've got all of these learning programs, trying to say, okay, you've got your certificate. And so the title of my presentation is Beyond the Certificate, because all of us get stuck behind, I've got a certificate. But once you've got the certificate, how do you translate that, monetize that into real commercial value so that you become a contributing person into the economy? We need to answer that question. And so people and talent means that we've got people that have got knowledge. Some are able to translate that knowledge into skill, which is application, and then use their natural abilities and talents as well as other attributes to make them relevant to the world of work. Unfortunately, I studied at Unisa, postgraduate studies. I did my master's here. My topic for my dissertation looked at what actually makes graduates be confident that they're employable in the market. In 2019, there was a follow-up study done by other people at Unisa that looked at what then predicts a graduate's confidence in gaining employment in the first place. And they found that it is not just a certificate or the graduate's skills and attributes, but it's what the employer or what industry are looking for and what the graduate actually has to present in terms of those skills, attributes, abilities that can be translated into what is commercially viable in the workplace. You know this already. 61% of young people are unemployed in this country. The economy is not creating enough jobs at the pace that our generation needs it. And if anyone tells you that it's simply about trying harder, they're being disingenuous. It's the same thing as people saying young South Africans don't want to work, they're lazy. But a hard market does not actually remove your opportunity. What it does is it raises the price of your preparedness to access the opportunity. So the cost of you after you've qualified, being ready for the world of work, goes higher. By the way, the reality is that 54%, this is a study done by PNET and the Western Cape Business Skills Survey this year, job adverts require a degree, 54% of those, and 36% of applicants don't meet the full requirements of any advert, even for professionals. There is never a time that you're going to find a professional who meets the requirements of the job 100%. There are always areas of development. So if you're a graduate, it's even worse for you because there is that experience trap, which we're going to talk about in a moment. And so what does it mean for you? What it means is, in terms of actions or practical things that you can do, is when you leave here today, this conference today, what visible proof will you be able to demonstrate? What project, what list of ideas can help you demonstrate to an employer that you can translate what you know into an actual skill, what you can do? And that doesn't require someone else telling you or require for you to get a job. It requires of you to be determined to know that you've got knowledge which hasn't yet been demonstrated to an employer. So if an employer calls you for an interview, what are you going to be able to show them that you have done? I'm going to skip that. The graduate who's going to win in the next 5 years, it's not the one that knew the most at graduation. 40% of workers' core skills and are expected to change by 2030. So what we as industry or employers need in the market will have changed by 2030. And it's not far. It's in 4 years' time, or we can say 3 years' time. So whoever is going to be ahead of the pack is the one that is reskilling themselves all the time. In terms of action, what does it mean for you today? Pick up one skill outside of your degree, outside of your field of study. Know a digital tool. Know how to use AI. Dr. Isaacs, Prof. Isaacs spoke about AI quite a bit. Commit to finishing something that is new in your skill set by the end of the year. Build a portfolio. We speak about portfolios of evidence now, because that's what demonstrates your skills to a potential employer. 60% of employers rate graduate skills, soft skills, creativity, problem solving, work ethic, as minimally adequate. So as graduates, if you have to think about how do you demonstrate that you've got a good work ethic, or that you've got above average, stronger than your peers, your competitors, problem solving, how creative, innovative you can be. How would a potential employer rate you on those things? So between now and December, maybe pick up one of those soft skills where you think you might be lacking. All of you, if you are graduating and you get the same certificate, are essentially equal. Education has leveled the playing field for you. What is going to differentiate yourself from your equal? And this is not difficult to do. There are many pockets in your community where you're from where you can actually get this done. I'm sure there's an old age home, there's an NPO, there's a church, there's a community group, there is a stokvel. If you're in finance, you could do a budget for that stokvel for the whole year. Do you know what that does for you? It demonstrates that you've got a degree in finance, but you've also got application. Every year that you lose unemployed sitting at home then doesn't become a waste. It becomes productive and meaningful. The last thing I want to talk to before I go down, I've got a minute or two left. I think all of what I've been saying today is that as a graduate, build a portfolio of evidence for yourself. The rate at which the market is creating jobs will not change anytime soon. We know our economy is growing at a fraction of the rate it should be growing at. But what you've got, you can't control it. What you've got control over is how you monetize your knowledge, how you translate what you know into a skill. And if that is not working, how you then branch out and pivot and continue adding skills onto your portfolio. because that is what your offering basket looks like to the employer. So if you think about the analogy of you going to shop at Woolies or Checkers, when you come out of there and go to the till, you've got a basket of goods. Think about yourself as a basket of goods. When you stand in front of an employer, what can they pick that they can use immediately? Because when you're buying goods or groceries, you're not expecting that you're still going to, grow the chicken or grow the carrot. You're going to cook it and eat tonight, today. So if every advert or every job application that you've submitted doesn't return anything back to you, maybe take some time to reflect on what is missing, what is the gap, what am I not able to present to an employer that they can use today, after they interview me today. What do I do differently then to approach the job market so that I become an attractive basket of goods that an employer can pick from? If you've missed anything I've said today, 3 things. Build evidence. Don't wait for permission or wait for the job to come. Build relationships. Real questions. Don't go to someone in an industry that you want to pursue, a career that you've chosen to pursue, and say, I can do anything, what have you, do me a favor. No. Ask real questions that help you to build a skill and a basket and a portfolio of things you can offer. And keep becoming someone new. Keep adding to your skill set. Stop boxing yourself in the degree that you've studied. The world of work is changing way too quickly than the degree that you hold in your hand today. The degree tells us as employers that you can learn. You can commit to a 3-year journey, a 4-year journey, sometimes which becomes 8 and complete. That's what a degree tells us. But it should not be the limitation of what you can access as an opportunity in the job market. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Ronnie, and Dr. Yawa as well. I think you spoke directly to our students, and I think that was really important. I see lots of nodding heads. Colleagues, our tech here has fixed us up, I hope. I hear from Paris that they can see each other on the cameras. Shafika, won't you put your camera on, and also you, Mick, so that I can now introduce you both properly? Are they not?
My camera's on, and so's Mick's.
Put her on. Can you put you on? Oh, okay. They
She's
have
on.
joined. Oh dear. They joined at the back. They both are. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, Mick. Can you hear me, Mick? At the OECD.
I can hear you fine. Yes.
Okay. Can we see him?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Is your camera on?
Yes. Both of our cameras are on.
They can see each other, we can't see him. Okay, sorry about that. Let us move. Mick, if you can talk and focus on what kinds of skills we should be developing for the future, for the uncertain future of work. Thank you, Mick. And you can try.
Perfect. Yeah. So I think I can show the slides that's focusing on that, as you cannot see me. So at least I hope you can see some slides, and I keep you engaged with the conversation. So I hope you can see my screen now. First of all, I want to thank everyone, particularly the help IT team, to fix this problem. So I want to thank very great. Very quickly, 5 minutes, talking about the skill needs. And I think it's what Dr. Arsi mentioned, right? We put the test to ChatGPT, and you can see even the model 3 years ago performed better than 15 years old. And what's also very alarming is that when we ask students what they want to do when they become 30 years old, you can see across average, 40% of those jobs will be automated. But I want to warn you that this is the data we had 5 years ago without the emergence of ChatGPT. So you can imagine what the data would look like now. And here is also what it can do well. Basically, they are surprising a lot of aspects of humans, as what other speakers have. But what I want to tell you, or what I want to share with you, is not these days spoken about is a lot, but rather on how we think about skills need. Okay, so in PISA we assess students' ability in reading, mathematics, science. And then we look at that work and we think, what are the new skills that students may need in the future? And I want to focus on what new skills had to be added in each cycle. For example, we have in 2000, I just want to check whether you can see this slideshow now focusing on reading, or you're still seeing the bar chart.
We can see the bar charts. The bar chart of 15-year-olds versus...
Yes, I've moved already several... because I've moved on already, so maybe on your side and also synchronize with my presentation. But if not, I can talk through this if it is not possible.
Talk to it, please, Mick. Thank you. And apologies for that. Those slides aren't moving.
Thank you. So just give me one example. Right. Yeah. So just give me one example that we are for reading. If you can think about how you read 20 years ago or 15 years ago, or how you're reading now, the habit really has changed dramatically. Particularly now, we are reading more from digital reading, from social media. The tradition of using books has changed. So the way we have assess readings, so the reading skills or literacy has also changed. One interesting statistic is that in our test back in 2018, we asked students one item to see whether they could distinguish facts and opinion. And only among OECD averages, only 50%, half of the students could distinguish facts and opinion. So you can see, we could also imagine what they would be now with the increasing use of social media. And another thing is about mathematics, right? Is that what the needs of mathematics, or how mathematics was taught 20 years ago, and now is different. And one interesting fact that we're debating back in whether the new skills that we will need for 2022 in mathematics was whether we should teach students programming, because back in the 2018-19, in Silicon Valley, when you could code, you can create a company and earn a lot of money. So a lot of people were actually at that time advocating let's teach them programming, but the problem is what language teach. But also at the same time, there's other school of thought that we should not teach the programming itself, but how is the programming? What is true behind the programming skills? So that's why we added rotational thinking, is really help students think like a programmer, and how to go through each step of creating a program instead of doing just the programming. And fast forward to 2029, we are preparing the AI literacy framework that we focusing on 4 main competencies of students we need is to engage with AI, design with AI, matching AI. So students or humans still have the agency to engage with AI as a tool. So very quickly is that we also have some data on how students interact with technology. So one thing that we found back in 2022 is that while the use of technology will be beneficial for students in learning, but the too much use of it is found to be harmful or associated with decreasing performance. So I think it's something we also have to think about with the user engagement with AI. I think it's also something Dr. Isaac mentioned in her presentation. And then another thing I think also pretty interesting to share is that back in 2022, we assessed students' thinking, right? This is what people have also been saying. With the use of AI, we should become more and more human. So creativity, creative thinking is by default a human thing. But what we also found is pretty interesting. Another thing is that people were advocating that creativity is a standalone skill. It is different from reading and mathematics. But what we found was that usually students with higher creativity thinking skill, higher mathematics performance. And what I want to say, showing all slides and all is that we should really think of the competencies instead of being carried away by I would say the heat or the trendy things of the moment. Just really thinking the basic of the competencies we will need. Just by concluding, my last slide is that from before, I think even my time of being a student, we finished our primary, secondary education. We go to university or we go to tertiary education. We specialize in the same sector, working for 40 years, and then we retire. But now, you may say that in university we especially actually acquire working is no longer working, but I think it's also mentioned by speakers to speakers. So I'm stopping. Thank you to speak much. So just to let you know, I've stopped also PowerPoint sharing.
Thank you so much. And the problem with the IT is not at Unisa, it's at Telkom. I think it's an overall problem. And so, but thank you for your time, for preparing and for sharing this with us. I think we might have time for 1 or 2 questions. No time. Okay. Colleagues, thank you very much, and we hope that we've given at least some guidance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Mackay. And thanks to the panelists. If you can just line up here, we've got a small token of appreciation for those here in person. And then thank you also for our 2 participants, the online. Apologies again for the challenges with technology, but I think we got the gist of your input. And I think the conversations around training and development are ongoing conversations. And I think it's probably saying there's nothing new, right? Same stuff. Maybe it's just AI that's putting a spotlight on all the stuff that we tried to ignore for so long. So we just have small tokens of appreciation. You just want to hand over to you? Do you have to go as well? Yeah.
I'm in-house. I'm in-house.
Everybody gets. All right, thank you, colleagues. I think we're more or less at the place where we can officially close, and I would now like to call to the podium Professor Les Labuschagne, the Executive Director, Research, Innovation and Commercialization, and invite him to do the vote of thanks. I just need to double check whether Warren and the rest of the team in Florida, are you back with us, Warren?
How things from converting from internal combustion engines to battery operated EV-related vehicles, how the switch in terms of a decarbonization of that industry, how agility thread that was again highlighted in this latest one that spoke about the combined effort that all of us need to make to have a common vision and a common ideal to ensure that, you know, the scientists, not only the scientists, the science, the industry is agile and ready. There's enough, well, there's exceptional graduates, and there's the ability of the market basically to respond quickly, whether we want to operate internal combustion engines at a plant or whether we're making batteries. It can be done in the same plant. It's having this combined common vision in terms of ensuring that we are able to merge the two challenges that exist in that niche area, in that industry. When it came to energy, similar discussion was actually had, where the gentleman that was from the platinum industry, which was quite an interesting analogy in the sense of there being a catalyst, a platinum being used for catalysis, how the name of the catalytic niche areas are particularly associated, and how that's being not internalized, localized in terms of beneficiation through local producers that can actually add value to the raw materials, but requiring a combined effort, because there was a challenge mentioned of accessibility even to the local industry of getting access to raw materials. Again, highlighting that common thread of the ecosystem is not providing all of the requirements to actually ensure that things are moving all the way from the base research to the end point where it's needed.
Right, Warren, I pick up that you're still busy wrapping up.
Areas discussion enough.
Are they able to hear us or not?
Oh, apologies. I think I can end because I was just trying to buy time. So I think let me hand over to Gillian on that side. I'm sorry for wasting your time at the last.
All right, no, thank you, Warren. Thank you for summarizing some of the activities that you were exposed to on the other side. And just briefly, colleagues, the guys in Florida, allow me to just quickly introduce Professor Les Labuschagne, Executive Director, Research, Innovation and Commercialization, and I invite him now to deliver the vote of thanks.
Right, good afternoon, colleagues. And I think yesterday Professor Ngwepe started and said that in Africa we start with apologies, and I think we also end with apologies. Technology really wasn't on our side today, and even yesterday we were experiencing some problems. But nevertheless, program directors, the principal and vice chancellor in absentia, the acting vice principal, research, postgraduate studies, innovation and commercialization in absentia, distinguished keynote speakers, session chairs, panelists, industry leaders, government representatives and research partners, colleagues, students, and honored guests. Good afternoon. As we bring the symposium to a close, it is my privilege to extend our sincere appreciation to everyone who contributed to the 2026 Unisa Catalytic Niche Area Research Symposium. Over the past 2 days, we have witnessed the power of ideas, the value of collaboration, and the transformative role that research plays in shaping a better future. Through thought-provoking keynote addresses, stimulating panel discussions, and rich interdisciplinary engagements, we have explored some of the most pressing challenges facing South Africa, the African continent, and the global community. Together, we have demonstrated that research is not merely an academic pursuit, but a catalyst for meaningful change and societal advancement. Our deepest appreciation goes to our keynote speakers and distinguished panelists. Professor Sivarasu, for sharing your strategy for problem solving. Dr. Luruli, for providing an overview of the national strategy and the support that is available to UNISA. Dr. Mostert, for a fresh and entertaining take on thinking. Thank you for sharing your expertise, your insights, and most importantly, your vision. Your contributions have challenged us to think differently, collaborate more intentionally, and embrace innovation as we pursue solutions to complex societal challenges. To our session chairs, thank you for guiding robust and meaningful discussions. Your leadership ensured that conversations remained focused, engaging, and productive, while creating a space for diverse perspectives and constructive debate. We are especially grateful to our strategic partners from government, industry, civil society, and the broader research ecosystem. Your presence has reinforced the importance of collaboration beyond institutional boundaries. Meaningful societal impact can only be achieved when knowledge creation is connected to practice, policy, and people. Thank you for walking this journey with us. To the many researchers, academics, and postgraduate students who participated, thank you for your commitment to excellence. Your questions and contributions have demonstrated the depth of scholarship that exists within our institution and among our partners. Our sincere appreciation is also extended to the leadership of the UNISA's portfolio of research, postgraduate studies, innovation, and commercialization, and to the College of Graduate Studies for their support in advancing the Catalytic Niche Area Symposium. Behind every successful event is a dedicated team whose work often happens out of sight. To the organizing committee, events management team, communication and marketing team, technical and multimedia teams, protocol officers, administrative support staff, and all service providers, thank you for your service. As I conclude, let us remember that the true success of the symposium will not be measured solely by the conversations we have had, but by the collaborations we build, the partnerships we strengthen, and the actions we take after leaving this venue. Let us continue to transform catalytic thinking into impactful outcomes that advance research excellence and create lasting societal benefits. I also want to thank our two excellent program directors, Dr. Gillian Arendse here on MUCKLENEUK and Dr. Warren Hubert on the Florida campus. I think they had their work cut out for the last 2 days. On behalf of the organizing team and the University of South Africa, thank you for your participation, your commitment, and your contribution to making this symposium an outstanding success. We wish you safe travels and every success in your future research endeavors. Thank you.
All right, colleagues, that just brings the end. And again, from my side, to my partner in crime at Florida, Warren, if you're there, if you have a final word.
Yes, I just want to say thank you very much, Gideon, and thanks from the Science Campus here in Florida.
Great, fantastic. It's great having you. And again, colleagues, we were brought together to think about these 10 areas, and we hope that these conversations will inspire new partnerships, new research initiatives, new solutions to society's many, many, many problems. Thank you for being here. If you drive, do drive safely. If you walk, those of us with cars will wave at you as we drive past you. You are now invited to enjoy lunch on us, so enjoy lunch and then enjoy the rest of your day.